Chapter 1. Before Maryland was Maryland. Long before there was a Maryland, long before Baltimore, Annapolis, or the boundaries of the 13 colonies, people lived along the rivers and forests of the Chesapeake region. Their history reaches back thousands of years. Archaeological evidence indicates that humans were living in what is now Maryland at least 12,000 years ago, near the end of the last ice age. The landscape they encountered would have looked very different from the Maryland we know today. The climate was colder, the forests were different, and the Chesapeake Bay itself did not yet exist in its modern form. Instead, a great river system flowed through the region toward the Atlantic. As the Ice Age ended, temperatures rose and enormous quantities of glacial ice melted around the world. Sea levels gradually climbed. Roughly 10,000 years ago, Atlantic waters began flooding the lower valley of the ancient Susquehanna River. Over thousands of years, this process created the Chesapeake Bay. Some ancient settlements disappeared beneath the rising water. People adapted by moving with the changing coastline and taking advantage of new environments rich in fish, shellfish, birds, and other resources. The Chesapeake was becoming one of the most productive estuaries in North America, and human societies grew alongside it. Over generations, indigenous communities developed an intimate knowledge of the landscape. Rivers became highways. Forests provided game, timber, nuts, berries, and medicinal plants. Wetlands attracted birds and other animals. The water supplied enormous quantities of fish and shellfish. By the centuries immediately preceding European arrival, the region was not an untouched wilderness. It was a human landscape that had been inhabited and shaped for thousands of years. Communities cleared land, cultivated crops, established villages, traveled along well-known routes, and managed the natural resources surrounding them. Among the most important peoples living within the future boundaries of Maryland were communities speaking languages of the Algonquian family. But there was no single Maryland tribe. Different peoples occupied different territories and possessed their own political relationships and identities. Among them were the Piscataway, Nanticoke, Choptank, Pocomoke, Patuxent, and other communities. To the north, the powerful Susquehannock, whose language belonged to the Iroquoian family, played an important role in the politics and trade of the upper Chesapeake. On the western shore of the Chesapeake, particularly along the Potomac River and its tributaries, the Piscataway became one of the region's most influential peoples. The Piscataway were not simply inhabitants of isolated villages. They belonged to a larger political world connecting multiple communities. Groups associated with them included the Chaptico, Nanjamoy, Moyone, and Potopoco. Leaders maintained alliances and relationships between settlements, creating political networks that Europeans would later attempt to understand in their own terms. Maryland Manual Online. Across the Chesapeake, on the eastern shore, the Nanticoke occupied communities concentrated around the Nanticoke River and its tributaries. Their waterways connected them to the Chesapeake and to neighboring peoples. One of their most important settlements was Cuscarawawk, near what is today Vienna, Maryland. When the English explorer John Smith traveled through the Chesapeake in 1608, he recorded the settlement and its inhabitants. Farther north was another powerful presence. The Susquehannock occupied territory centered on the Susquehanna River and extending through parts of what are now Pennsylvania and northern Maryland. Their location gave them access to trade routes connecting the Chesapeake with the interior of North America. This was part of a much larger reality often overlooked in popular accounts of early American history. Indigenous America was interconnected. Long before Europeans established permanent colonies on the Chesapeake, goods, materials, information, and ideas moved between communities over considerable distances. Rivers such as the Potomac and Susquehanna provided natural transportation corridors, while overland trails connected settlements and regions. Stone suitable for tools could travel far from the place where it had been quarried. Shells from coastal regions could move inland. Finished objects, food, knowledge, and diplomatic messages circulated between communities. Trade could strengthen alliances, but relationships between neighboring peoples were not always peaceful. Competition, warfare, diplomacy, and shifting alliances were all parts of the political landscape. Within individual communities, everyday life revolved around both the land and the water. Agriculture had become increasingly important. Indigenous farmers cultivated crops including maize, beans, and squash. Fields were generally located close to settlements, while the surrounding forests and waterways provided additional food. Men hunted deer and other game and caught fish using a variety of methods. Women played major roles in agriculture, food processing, and the maintenance of households, although precise divisions of labor varied between communities and across time. Seasonal cycles shaped life. Spring brought fishing and planting. Summer allowed crops to grow while communities gathered other resources. Autumn brought harvests and hunting. During winter, stored foods helped sustain settlements while hunting continued. The Chesapeake itself offered extraordinary abundance. Oysters grew in enormous reefs. Fish migrated through its rivers in numbers difficult to imagine today. Deer inhabited the forests. Waterfowl filled the wetlands and waterways. People did not merely survive in this environment. They developed societies adapted to its rhythms. Villages could contain houses constructed from wooden frames covered with bark, mats, or other plant materials. Storage facilities protected harvested food. Agricultural fields surrounded some settlements, while paths led toward hunting grounds, neighboring communities, and river landings. Political authority extended beyond individual households. Leaders could oversee villages or larger groups of communities, but their authority depended upon relationships, kinship, diplomacy, and tradition, rather than the institutions Europeans would later impose on the region. The political geography was therefore complicated. A village might possess its own leader while also recognizing a more powerful regional leader. Communities might pay tribute, form alliances, intermarry, or break away as circumstances changed. Religion and spirituality were equally embedded in everyday life. The surviving evidence is incomplete, particularly because many early written descriptions were produced by Europeans who often misunderstood indigenous beliefs. But it is clear that the peoples of the Chesapeake understood the natural and spiritual worlds as closely connected. Animals, rivers, forests, weather, ancestors, and forces unseen by humans could carry spiritual significance. Ceremonies and specialists helped communities interact with this larger world. Burial practices demonstrated relationships between the living and the dead. These were not societies waiting for Europeans to give them history. They already possessed histories of migration, conflict, alliance, adaptation, and cultural change stretching back countless generations. Then, near the end of the 16th century and beginning of the 17th, unfamiliar vessels increasingly appeared along the Atlantic coast. European fishermen, traders, and explorers had begun entering the wider region. Their arrival introduced new possibilities for trade, but also dangers that indigenous communities could not yet fully anticipate. European diseases would eventually devastate populations that possessed no previous exposure to them. European demand for land would transform ancient territories into colonial property. Competition over trade would alter existing rivalries between indigenous nations. But none of that had fully unfolded yet. At the beginning of the 17th century, the Chesapeake still belonged overwhelmingly to its indigenous peoples. The Piscataway remained influential along the western shore. The Nanticoke lived along the rivers of the eastern shore. The Susquehannock commanded important territory and trade routes to the north. Numerous smaller communities occupied rivers, forests, and coastal landscapes throughout the region. Then, in 1608, an Englishman named John Smith sailed north from the struggling colony of Jamestown. He explored thousands of miles of Chesapeake shoreline and recorded the communities he encountered. Smith was not entering an empty continent. He was sailing into an ancient, inhabited world. And within a generation, that world would collide with an ambitious English colonial project led by the Calvert family. The place Europeans would eventually call Maryland was about to enter a radically new chapter of its history. Chapter 2. Europeans enter the Chesapeake. By the beginning of the 17th century, the Chesapeake was no longer isolated from the expanding ambitions of Europe. For generations, European sailors had been exploring the Atlantic coastline of North America, searching for wealth, trade routes, fishing grounds, and territory that could be claimed for distant monarchs. Spanish expeditions had reached parts of the Atlantic coast during the 16th century, while French, Portuguese, and other European mariners also gathered knowledge of the continent. Spain, already building an enormous American empire, stretching through the Caribbean, Mexico, and South America, showed particular interest in the Chesapeake region. In 1570, Spanish Jesuits attempted to establish a mission known as Aga Khan somewhere in the wider Chesapeake area, probably in what is now Virginia. The mission failed, but it demonstrated that Europeans were already considering the Chesapeake as a possible frontier of colonization decades before the English established permanent settlements there. By the late 16th century, however, England was becoming Spain's most determined rival in the Atlantic. English privateers attacked Spanish shipping, English merchants sought new markets, and English promoters imagined colonies that could provide raw materials, strategic bases, and new opportunities for settlement. Early English attempts at colonization, most famously the failed settlement at Roanoke, revealed how difficult such projects could be. But they did not end England's ambitions. In 1607, the Virginia Company established Jamestown along the James River, creating the first permanent English settlement in what would become the United States. Jamestown initially struggled with disease, hunger, internal conflict, and difficult relations with the indigenous peoples of the region. But its survival gave England a permanent foothold in the Chesapeake. From this precarious base, English explorers began investigating the enormous bay to the north. Among the most important was Captain John Smith. In 1608, Smith undertook 2 major voyages through the Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries, traveling thousands of miles and gathering information about its geography, resources, and inhabitants. He sailed into rivers that would later form important parts of Maryland, including the Potomac, Patuxent, and Susquehanna, and encountered numerous indigenous communities. Smith observed villages, cultivated fields, political relationships, and trading networks, making clear that the Chesapeake was already a populated and politically complex world. His later map of the region became one of the most influential European representations of the Chesapeake, and remained useful to colonists for decades. Yet Smith's voyages represented something more consequential than exploration. Europeans were beginning to transform geographic knowledge into colonial power. A river mapped could become a route for traders. A fertile shoreline could become a future plantation. A settlement recorded by an explorer could soon find itself negotiating with merchants, missionaries, soldiers, and settlers. During the following decades, Virginia expanded beyond Jamestown. Tobacco became the colony's great commercial breakthrough after settlers developed varieties suitable for the European market. Demand grew rapidly, and tobacco cultivation required land, large quantities of fertile land. English settlement therefore spread along navigable rivers and deeper into indigenous territory. The northern Chesapeake increasingly attracted attention from Virginia merchants, who saw opportunities for trade, agriculture, and profit. One of the most important figures in this expansion was William Claiborne, an ambitious English surveyor, merchant, and colonial official who arrived in Virginia in 1621. Claiborne quickly became influential in the colony and developed trading relationships in the upper Chesapeake. His attention eventually settled on Kent Island, located in the Chesapeake Bay near Maryland's future eastern shore. In 1631, operating under authority connected to Virginia and a royal trading license, Claiborne established a settlement and trading post there. Kent Island gave him an excellent position from which to trade with indigenous peoples, particularly for furs, while maintaining connections with Virginia. To Claiborne and many Virginians, the northern Chesapeake seemed naturally connected to their colony. But while Virginia expanded northward, another English colonial project was taking shape across the Atlantic, and its creator had very different ambitions. George Calvert had been a successful English politician and royal official. He served King James I and eventually became Secretary of State, one of the most important positions in the English government. In 1625, Calvert publicly acknowledged that he had become a Roman Catholic and resigned from high office. This was a significant decision in an overwhelmingly Protestant political system where Catholics faced legal restrictions and widespread suspicion. The king, nevertheless, granted him the title Baron Baltimore, making him the first Lord Baltimore. Calvert had already developed a strong interest in overseas colonization. He invested in colonial ventures and attempted to establish a settlement called Avalon in Newfoundland. The harsh climate and other difficulties made Avalon disappointing, and Calvert began searching for a more favorable location farther south. He visited Virginia in 1629, but his Catholic faith created immediate complications. Virginia was firmly Protestant, and colonial officials expected him to take religious oaths that he could not accept as a Catholic. Calvert therefore looked northward toward territory surrounding the Chesapeake Bay. He petitioned King Charles I for a new colony where his family could exercise extensive proprietary authority. Economic opportunity was certainly central to the plan. Land, settlement, tobacco, and trade promised wealth. But religion also mattered. A colony under Calvert control could provide greater security for English Catholics, even though it was never intended to be exclusively Catholic. Indeed, because Catholics were a minority in England, any successful colony would inevitably need Protestant settlers as well. Calvert's solution was pragmatic. A colony in which Christians of different traditions could coexist sufficiently to maintain political stability and economic growth. George Calvert did not live to see the project completed. He died in April 1632, while negotiations for the colonial charter were still underway. His ambitions passed to his eldest son, Cecilius Calvert, the second Lord Baltimore. On June 20th, 1632, King Charles I granted Cecilius the charter for the new colony. It was an extraordinarily valuable document. Maryland would be a proprietary colony, meaning that the Calvert family, rather than a royal corporation or the Crown's direct administration, would exercise extensive governing powers. Cecilius Calvert became the colony's proprietor and could distribute land, appoint officials, establish courts, and participate in making laws, although the colony remained under the sovereignty of the English monarch. The charter described a vast territory north of the Potomac River and surrounding much of the upper Chesapeake. The colony was named Maryland, Terra Mariae, in the Latin wording of the charter, in honor of Queen Henrietta Maria, the wife of Charles I. But the lines drawn on a royal document in England immediately created a problem. People were already living and claiming rights within that territory. Indigenous nations had inhabited the region for thousands of years, while William Claiborne and his settlers were already established on Kent Island. Virginia's leaders were furious. They believed their colony had legitimate claims to portions of the northern Chesapeake, and Claiborne, in particular, regarded Kent Island as his property and enterprise. From the Calvert's perspective, however, the new royal charter placed Kent Island within Maryland. Neither side was inclined to surrender. The dispute therefore became both personal and political. Claiborne insisted that his settlement predated the Maryland Charter and that his trading rights were legitimate. The Calverts insisted that the king had explicitly granted them authority over the territory. Behind the legal arguments lay a larger struggle over trade, land, religion, and control of the Chesapeake. Protestant Virginians were also suspicious of a colony governed by the Catholic Calvert family. Cecilius Calvert himself remained in England, where he could defend the family's political interests and manage the colony from afar. Instead, he appointed his younger brother, Leonard Calvert, to lead the first expedition to Maryland as governor. In November 1633, approximately 140 colonists departed England aboard two ships, the Ark and the smaller Dove. Most of the settlers were Protestant, although several prominent members of the expedition were Catholic, reflecting the unusual religious character of the Calvert project. The ships crossed the Atlantic, stopped in the Caribbean, and eventually entered the Chesapeake. In March 1634, the colonists sailed up the Potomac River. They were entering a landscape already shaped by thousands of years of indigenous history, and now increasingly contested by European colonial powers. Leonard Calvert sought to avoid immediate warfare with local indigenous communities and negotiated for land near the mouth of the Potomac. On March 25, 1634, the expedition reached St. Clement's Island, an event traditionally commemorated as the founding of Maryland. Soon afterward, the colonists established St. Mary's City on the mainland, which became the first capital of the colony. Yet Maryland's creation did not suddenly settle the question of who controlled the northern Chesapeake. Claiborne remained on Kent Island. Virginia continued to challenge aspects of the Calverts' claims, and indigenous peoples still possessed their own territories, alliances, and political interests. The Royal Charter had created Maryland on paper in 1632, and the arrival of the Ark and Dove had begun permanent English settlement under Calvert authority in 1634. But establishing actual control would prove far more difficult. The new colony was born into rivalry with Virginia, with Claiborne, and eventually within its own population. It was also founded around a remarkable contradiction that would shape Maryland's early history. A Catholic proprietor governed a population that would become overwhelmingly Protestant in an England increasingly consumed by religious conflict. For the moment, however, Leonard Calvert and his settlers had survived the Atlantic crossing and established their foothold beside the Chesapeake. Maryland had moved from George Calvert's colonial ambition to Cecilius Calvert's royal charter, and finally to a settlement on American soil. What happened next would determine whether this unusual experiment could survive. Chapter 3: The Founding of Maryland. When the Ark and the Dove entered the Chesapeake in 1634, the people aboard them were not simply establishing another English settlement on the Atlantic coast. They were attempting to turn the Calvert family's ambitious colonial charter into a functioning society. The expedition had left England in November of 1633 under the leadership of Leonard Calvert, younger brother of Cecilius Calvert, the second Lord Baltimore and proprietor of Maryland. The larger Ark carried most of the passengers and supplies, while the smaller Dove accompanied it across the Atlantic. There were roughly 140 people in the expedition, most of them Protestant despite the Catholic faith of the Calvert family and several prominent colonists. This balance was important from the beginning. Maryland has often been remembered as a refuge for English Catholics, and there is truth in that description. But the colony was never populated primarily by Catholics. The Calverts understood that a viable colony required settlers, laborers, merchants, and investors regardless of denomination, and they had strong practical reasons to prevent England's religious divisions from destroying their colonial project. After a difficult Atlantic journey and stops in the Caribbean, the expedition reached the Chesapeake and sailed into the Potomac River. On March 25, 1634, the colonists landed at St. Clement's Island, today known as Blakistone Island. The date would later be celebrated as Maryland Day. A Catholic Mass was associated with the expedition's arrival, an event that became an important symbol in later accounts of Maryland's Catholic heritage. But Leonard Calvert's immediate concern was less ceremonial than practical. The settlers needed a secure location with fresh water, fertile land, access to transportation, and workable relations with the indigenous peoples whose territory they were entering, rather than simply building permanently on the small island. Calvert explored farther along the Potomac and soon negotiated with the Yaocomico, an indigenous community living near the St. Mary's River. The circumstances were unusually favorable to the newcomers. The Yaocomico were under pressure from other indigenous powers, particularly the Susquehannock to the north, and some were already preparing to leave the area. Through negotiation and exchange, the Maryland settlers obtained access to an existing settlement. There they established St. Mary's City, which became the first capital of Maryland. This early transfer of land allowed the colony to avoid the immediate large-scale warfare that had characterized some other English settlements. But peaceful beginnings should not be confused with an equal relationship. English and indigenous understandings of land, sovereignty, and political authority were fundamentally different. And as Maryland's population expanded, colonists demanded increasingly large areas for farms and tobacco plantations. Early cooperation therefore existed alongside the beginnings of a process that would ultimately dispossess indigenous communities of much of their territory. Leonard Calvert became Maryland's first colonial governor and faced the difficult task of creating institutions almost from nothing. Maryland was not organized like Virginia, whose early development had been controlled by a joint stock company before becoming a royal colony. It was a proprietary colony. Under the charter granted by Charles I, Cecilius Calvert possessed extraordinary authority over the province. He could grant land, appoint officials, establish courts, and exercise substantial influence over legislation and government. although Maryland remained part of the English imperial system and its inhabitants remained subjects of the crown. In practice, however, governing an Atlantic colony from England was difficult. Leonard Calvert therefore acted as his brother's representative in Maryland, while settlers gradually demanded a greater role in making the laws under which they lived. An elected assembly developed during the colony's first years, creating an ongoing tension between proprietary authority and representative government that would remain an important feature of Maryland politics. Yet political institutions alone could not ensure Maryland's survival. The colony needed an economy, and like neighboring Virginia, Maryland quickly found one in tobacco. European demand for Chesapeake tobacco transformed the region. Tobacco could be extraordinarily profitable, but cultivating it required extensive labor and rapidly exhausted the soil, encouraging planters to acquire additional land. Fields spread along rivers because waterways were the easiest means of transportation. Ships could travel deep into the Chesapeake and its tributaries, allowing planters to load tobacco close to their plantations rather than depending entirely on centralized ports. Tobacco became so central that it functioned not only as an export but, in many transactions, almost like currency. The consequences shaped nearly every aspect of Maryland society. Land became increasingly valuable. Labor became desperately important. Settlement expanded. And social inequality grew as successful planters accumulated larger estates and greater political influence. During Maryland's first decades, much of the labor required for this economy came from indentured servants. Thousands of men and women from England and elsewhere crossed the Atlantic under contracts requiring them to work for a master for a fixed period, often several years, in exchange for passage, food, shelter, and the possibility of freedom afterward. Some hoped that once their terms ended, they could acquire land of their own. For many, however, life as an indentured servant was brutal. Chesapeake disease environments produced high mortality. Work in tobacco fields was physically demanding, and servants possessed limited control over their lives during their contracts. Their terms could sometimes be extended as punishment, and female servants faced particular vulnerability to exploitation. Yet, indentured servitude was legally temporary. That distinction would become increasingly important as Maryland developed another labor system that was permanent, hereditary, and ultimately defined by race. Africans were present in the Chesapeake from the early colonial period, and people of African descent appeared in Maryland records during the 17th century. The exact legal status of individuals in these early decades could vary. Some Africans in the wider Chesapeake lived under forms of servitude. Some eventually became free, and the rigid racial slave system familiar from the 18th century did not appear fully formed in 1634. Nevertheless, the foundations of that system were being constructed. English colonists increasingly treated Africans differently from European servants, and over the course of the 17th century, colonial laws would make slavery more clearly lifelong and hereditary, while connecting enslavement explicitly to African ancestry. Maryland therefore entered the Atlantic slave economy gradually, but decisively. The tobacco economy created an enormous demand for workers, and as the colony expanded, enslaved African labor would become one of the foundations of its wealth. At the same time, another question threatened Maryland's stability: religion. The colony's proprietors were Catholic in an age when religious identity could determine political loyalty, legal rights, and even life or death. England had experienced generations of conflict since the Protestant Reformation, and Catholics faced significant restrictions and suspicion. The Calverts wanted Maryland to offer Catholics a place where they could practice their religion with greater security. But they confronted a basic demographic reality. Protestants formed the majority of Maryland's population. A colony openly dominated by Catholics at the expense of Protestants would be politically vulnerable both in America and in England. The Calverts therefore encouraged a degree of religious coexistence. Catholics and Protestants lived beside one another, served within the colonial system, cultivated tobacco, and participated in the growing economy. This did not mean that 17th century Maryland embraced religious freedom in the modern sense. Tolerance was partly a matter of principle, but it was also a strategy for survival. The fragility of the arrangement became obvious during the 1640s, when the English Civil War erupted between King Charles I and Parliament. Religious and political divisions in England crossed the Atlantic. Maryland experienced its own turmoil, including the rebellion associated with Richard Ingle and William Claiborne. During the period later known as the Plundering Time, Leonard Calvert temporarily lost control of the colony and fled to Virginia before eventually returning and restoring proprietary government. He died in 1647, only 13 years after leading the first settlers into Maryland, leaving the colony he had governed still politically vulnerable. Cecilius Calvert now had strong reason to formalize the religious compromise upon which Maryland's stability depended. In 1649, the Colonial Assembly passed the law commonly known today as the Maryland Toleration Act, formally titled the Act Concerning Religion. It was one of the earliest laws in English North America to provide legal protection for certain forms of Christian religious practice. The act declared that people who professed belief in Jesus Christ should not be troubled or harassed because of their religion. And in the violent religious climate of the 17th century, this was significant. It offered Catholics a degree of protection in a colony where they were becoming an increasingly small minority, and extended protection across several Christian denominations. But the law's limitations were equally revealing. It did not establish universal religious liberty. Its protections were explicitly Christian, and the act imposed severe penalties for denying fundamental Christian doctrines, including the divinity of Jesus. Jews, atheists, and others outside its definition of acceptable belief did not enjoy the same protection. Even among Christians, religious peace would prove temporary as Maryland's politics became increasingly dominated by Protestant majorities hostile to Catholic proprietary rule. The Toleration Act was therefore both genuinely remarkable and deeply limited. It represented an attempt to prevent sectarian conflict in an age when Europeans were killing one another over religion. But it was not a declaration of modern freedom of conscience. That contradiction reflects the larger story of Maryland's first 15 years. The colony had begun with negotiation with indigenous peoples while simultaneously laying foundations for their eventual displacement. It offered opportunities to European settlers while developing an economy increasingly dependent upon exploitation and, eventually, racial slavery. It provided unusual protection for religious minorities while drawing clear boundaries around who deserved that protection. By 1649, Maryland had survived its dangerous beginnings. St. Mary's City had become the center of colonial government. Tobacco connected the province to the Atlantic economy, settlers were spreading along the waterways, and the Calvert family still held its proprietary authority. But beneath that apparent success were tensions over religion, labor, race, land, and political power that were far from resolved. Maryland had been founded. The struggle over what kind of society it would become had only begun. Chapter 4. Religion, Rebellion, and a Colony in Crisis. Maryland's early reputation as a haven of religious toleration can easily create the impression that the colony escaped the violent religious struggles that consumed much of the 17th century English world. But the reality was almost the opposite. From the 1640s through the end of the century, Maryland repeatedly became a battlefield in conflicts over religion, political authority, land, and loyalty to the English crown. And at several moments, the Calvert family came close to losing control of the colony altogether. One of the most persistent threats came from William Claiborne, whose rivalry with the Calverts had begun even before the first Maryland settlers arrived in 1634. Claiborne had established a trading settlement on Kent Island in the Chesapeake under authority connected to Virginia, and regarded the island as part of his own commercial sphere. But the Maryland charter granted to Cecilius Calvert placed Kent Island within the new proprietary colony. Claiborne refused to accept the Calverts' claim quietly. The resulting dispute involved competing royal grants, commercial interests, armed confrontations, and the years of political maneuvering. And it became intertwined with a much larger crisis unfolding across the Atlantic. In England, tensions between King Charles I and Parliament erupted into civil war in 1642. The English Civil War was about far more than religion, involving fundamental questions about taxation, royal authority, parliamentary power, and the constitution of the kingdom. But religious divisions were inseparable from the conflict. Charles I was viewed with deep suspicion by many Protestants, particularly Puritans, while Catholics were frequently associated with royalist politics. For Maryland, this was dangerous. The colony was governed by the Catholic Calvert family under a charter granted by Charles I, while most of its inhabitants were Protestants. A political struggle in England could therefore become a religious and constitutional struggle in Maryland. And that is precisely what happened. The crisis intensified with the arrival of Richard Ingle, an English ship captain and merchant who supported Parliament. Ingle had traded in the Chesapeake and became an outspoken opponent of the king. Maryland authorities accused him of treasonous speech, but he escaped before they could securely bring him under their control. In 1645, Ingle returned to Maryland in force and joined the struggle against the proprietary government, while William Claiborne again asserted his interests in the Chesapeake. What followed became known as the Plundering Time, one of the most chaotic episodes in early Maryland history. Ingle and his supporters seized St. Mary's City, attacked property associated with the proprietary government and prominent Catholics, and disrupted the colony's administration. Jesuit properties were targeted, records were lost or destroyed, and Governor Leonard Calvert was forced to flee across the Potomac to Virginia. For approximately 2 years, the Calverts effectively lost control of much of their colony. The violence was political, economic, and religious at the same time. Ingle presented himself as acting in the parliamentary cause, but plunder and personal advantage were also important. While Claiborne continued his long campaign against Calvert authority. For Maryland's Catholic elite, the episode demonstrated just how vulnerable their position was. Leonard Calvert eventually assembled supporters in Virginia and returned to Maryland in late 1646, restoring proprietary authority by force. He died the following year, however, leaving his brother Cecilius Calvert in England to preserve a colony whose political survival remained uncertain. The lesson was obvious. Maryland could not remain a Catholic-controlled proprietary colony unless its Protestant majority could be persuaded that Calvert government would protect their interests. This was the political background to the Act Concerning Religion of 1649, remembered as the Maryland Toleration Act. The law protected Trinitarian Christians from certain forms of religious persecution, including Catholics. But its famous language of toleration existed alongside harsh penalties for religious speech outside its boundaries. More importantly, legislation could not erase the conflicts transforming England and its colonies. During these same years, Maryland received a new population of Protestants, whose arrival would alter the colony's political balance. Puritans living in Virginia had come under pressure from authorities there because they refused to conform to the established Church of England. Cecilius Calvert saw an opportunity. Maryland needed settlers, and accepting the Puritans could demonstrate that his colony genuinely offered greater religious flexibility. Beginning around 1649, substantial numbers of Virginia Puritans migrated into Maryland and settled particularly around the Severn River in an area they called Providence, near the site of modern Annapolis. Their arrival strengthened Maryland economically and demographically, but it also created a powerful Protestant community that did not necessarily accept Catholic proprietary rule. Events in England made the situation even more explosive. Charles I was executed in 1649. England became a commonwealth, and Oliver Cromwell eventually emerged as Lord Protector. The authority of a proprietary charter originally granted by the executed king now appeared vulnerable. Political disputes in Maryland escalated until the Puritan faction challenged the Calvert's government directly. In 1654, commissioners sympathetic to Parliament and the Commonwealth displaced proprietary authorities and established a government dominated by Puritans. The famous Toleration Act effectively ceased to protect the very Catholics, whose security had been one of the reasons for its creation. A new law restricted Catholic worship, illustrating the central paradox of early Maryland. A colony celebrated for religious toleration repeatedly experienced religious exclusion whenever political power changed hands. Cecilius Calvert refused to surrender his authority, and the confrontation eventually became violent. In March 1655, forces loyal to the proprietor under Governor William Stone confronted Puritan forces near the Severn River. The resulting Battle of the Severn was small compared with the great battles of the English Civil Wars, but for Maryland it was decisive. Stone's proprietary army was defeated, several prisoners were executed, and Puritan control continued. The battle demonstrated that Maryland's religious divisions were not abstract theological disagreements. They could produce armed conflict and death. Yet the Puritan regime did not permanently destroy the Calvert's proprietary government. Political circumstances in England shifted. Negotiations continued. And in 1657, Cecilius Calvert regained effective control of Maryland. When the English monarchy itself was restored in 1660 under Charles II, the Calvert position became considerably stronger. For the next several decades, proprietary Maryland enjoyed greater stability. The colony expanded, tobacco production increased, plantations spread, slavery became increasingly institutionalized, and the population grew rapidly. But the religious balance continued to move against the Catholic proprietors. Catholics formed only a small minority of Maryland's population, while Protestants increasingly dominated numerically. Many Protestants remained suspicious that a Catholic family possessed such extensive political authority over them, and events in England continually reinforced those fears. Anti-Catholic sentiment intensified dramatically during the 1670s and 1680s, particularly during the hysteria surrounding the alleged popish plot in England. Then, in 1685, the openly Catholic James II became king. His attempts to expand toleration for Catholics and strengthen royal authority provoked intense opposition among English Protestants. In 1688, James was overthrown in the Glorious Revolution, and the Protestant William III and Mary II took the throne. News traveled slowly across the Atlantic, and this delay proved disastrous for Maryland's proprietary government. The Calvert administration failed to proclaim the new monarchs quickly enough, allowing opponents to portray the delay as evidence of Catholic disloyalty. In 1689, a Protestant association led by John Coode organized an uprising against the proprietary government. Claiming to defend Protestantism and the new monarchs, the rebels gathered a substantial armed force and overthrew Calvert authority in what became known as the Protestant Revolution of 1689. This time, the political consequences were profound. The Calverts did not quickly regain control as they had after earlier rebellions. King William III eventually transformed Maryland into a royal colony in 1691, placing it under direct Crown administration rather than the immediate political control of the Catholic proprietor. The Church of England was established as Maryland's official church, supported through taxation, and Catholics faced new restrictions on their political and religious lives. The colony that had once passed the Toleration Act now formally privileged Anglican Protestantism. Catholic political dominance had effectively ended. The transformation was also expressed geographically. St. Mary's City, founded by Leonard Calvert and closely associated with Maryland's Catholic proprietary elite, lost its status as the colonial capital. In 1694, the government moved to the growing Protestant settlement on the Severn River, formerly called Providence and later known as Anne Arundel Town. In 1695, it was renamed Annapolis in honor of Princess Anne, the future Queen Anne. The relocation symbolized a new political era. Maryland remained connected to the Calvert family. The proprietorship would eventually be restored in the 18th century, after a later Lord Baltimore conformed to Protestantism. But the original experiment in Catholic-led government had been fundamentally transformed. By the end of the 17th century, Maryland's experience demonstrated why its famous reputation for religious tolerance requires careful qualification. The Calverts had indeed created unusually broad protections for certain Christians at a time of intense sectarian persecution. And Catholics initially found opportunities in Maryland unavailable to them in much of the English world. Yet tolerance was never universal, never politically secure, and never consistently maintained. Catholics and Protestants both restricted their opponents when circumstances allowed. Political rebellions repeatedly took on religious identities, and Maryland's policies were shaped as much by demographic necessity and the Calverts' need for survival as by abstract ideals of liberty. The plundering time, the Battle of the Severn, the Protestant Revolution, and the establishment of Anglican rule reveal a colony deeply entangled in the religious struggles of its age. By the 1690s, Maryland had survived more than half a century of instability, but it was no longer the colony its Catholic founders had originally imagined. Its capital had moved from St. Mary's City to Annapolis. Its political order had been transformed, and its population was expanding rapidly around an economy increasingly dominated by tobacco. As the religious battles of Maryland's founding generation began to recede, another system was becoming even more central to the colony's future: the plantation economy and the rapidly expanding institution of racial slavery. Chapter 5: Tobacco, Wealth, and Slavery. By the end of the 17th century, Maryland had survived rebellion, religious conflict, and repeated challenges to the authority of the Calvert family. But beneath these political struggles, a transformation of even greater long-term importance was taking place. Maryland was becoming a plantation society whose prosperity depended increasingly upon tobacco and enslaved labor. Tobacco had been central to the Chesapeake economy almost from the colony's beginning. But during the late 17th and 18th centuries, it shaped Maryland's landscape. Population, social hierarchy, trade, and political institutions to an extraordinary degree. European demand for tobacco provided Maryland planters with a commodity that could be exported across the Atlantic for profit. And the geography of the Chesapeake was ideally suited to the trade. The bay and its countless rivers and creeks allowed ocean-going vessels and smaller boats to penetrate far into the countryside, meaning that plantations could be established directly along navigable waterways. Tobacco could be packed into large wooden barrels called hogsheads, transported to landings, and shipped toward European markets. This produced a distinctive pattern of settlement. Instead of concentrating immediately around large towns, many Marylanders lived on dispersed farms and plantations connected by water. The plantation was therefore not simply a grand mansion surrounded by enormous fields, as later romantic images sometimes suggested. Plantations varied greatly in size. Some wealthy landowners controlled thousands of acres and large labor forces, while many other tobacco growers operated considerably smaller farms. What united them was dependence on an Atlantic commercial system in which tobacco linked Maryland directly to merchants, ship owners, manufacturers, and consumers thousands of miles away. Tobacco also created a persistent labor problem. The crop demanded enormous amounts of work. Land had to be cleared, seedbeds prepared, seedlings transplanted, weeds removed, plants topped and maintained, leaves harvested, cured, sorted, packed, and transported. During much of the 17th century, English indentured servants supplied a substantial portion of this labor. Poor and working-class Europeans, especially young English men and women, agreed to work for several years in exchange for transportation across the Atlantic. Their experiences could be severe. Servants were legally bound to masters, subjected to physical discipline, and forced to perform exhausting agricultural labor in a region where disease killed many newcomers. Yet, indentured servitude normally had an end point. Those who survived their contracts eventually became free, and some acquired land, established farms, or entered trades of their own. During the later 17th century, however, Maryland's labor system began shifting towards something fundamentally different. Africans had been present in the Chesapeake for decades, and the status of people of African descent in the earliest period was not always uniform. But colonial governments increasingly created laws that separated Africans and their descendants from European servants. Maryland participated fully in this development. A crucial step came in 1664, when the Maryland Assembly enacted legislation establishing slavery for life for people of African descent and attempting to define the status of their children through law. Over time, additional legislation strengthened racial distinctions, restricted the rights and movement of enslaved people, and made slavery increasingly hereditary. Race became embedded in Maryland's legal and economic structure. The transformation did not happen in a single moment, nor did indentured servitude immediately disappear. But by the early 18th century, the direction was unmistakable. European servants could anticipate eventual freedom. Enslaved Africans and their descendants increasingly could not. Several forces accelerated this change. Economic and demographic conditions in England reduced the relative supply of indentured migrants, while Chesapeake planters, who could afford the initial purchase price, increasingly regarded enslaved laborers as a long-term investment. At the same time, England's participation in the Atlantic slave trade expanded dramatically. Ships carried manufactured goods from Europe to Africa, enslaved Africans across the Atlantic, and colonial commodities such as sugar and tobacco toward European markets. The Chesapeake became deeply integrated into this system. During the late 17th and especially the 18th century, thousands of enslaved Africans were transported into Maryland, many after surviving the catastrophic Middle Passage. They came from different regions and societies in West and West Central Africa and carried with them languages, agricultural knowledge, religious traditions, music, memories, and cultural practices. Enslavement attempted to reduce human beings to property, but it could not erase the identities and knowledge they brought across the Atlantic. Once in Maryland, enslaved people performed much of the labor that made the tobacco economy profitable. Their lives were governed by coercion. They could be bought, sold, inherited, separated from spouses and children, physically punished, and compelled to work without wages. On tobacco plantations, work followed demanding seasonal rhythms, and during critical periods, the days could be extremely long. Enslaved people cleared forests, cultivated tobacco and food crops, cared for livestock, constructed buildings, transported goods, cooked, cleaned, raised children, and performed skilled trades. Some became carpenters, blacksmiths, coopers, boatmen, or craftsmen whose expertise was valuable to plantation owners and urban employers. Others worked in domestic service. Conditions differed from plantation to plantation, but no variation changed the fundamental reality that enslaved people were denied control over their own labor and freedom. Yet, enslaved Marylanders were never passive components of the plantation economy. They built families and communities whenever circumstances permitted, preserved and transformed cultural traditions, created networks between plantations, practiced religion, negotiated with owners, resisted work demands, ran away, and sometimes rebelled against the system in more direct ways. Family life was especially important, but it was also permanently vulnerable because Maryland law recognized enslaved people as property. A sale, inheritance, debt, or death of an owner could separate a family with little warning. As generations of African-descended people were born in Maryland, a distinctive African-American culture developed within the Chesapeake, combining African traditions with experiences created under slavery in North America. At the top of the society supported by this labor stood Maryland's planter elite. Families possessing large estates, substantial numbers of enslaved workers, political connections, and access to Atlantic credit accumulated wealth and influence. Their houses and imported furnishings, clothing, books, silver, and other consumer goods advertised their status. Wealthy planters frequently dominated county courts, the colonial assembly, and local offices, meaning that economic power translated directly into political authority. The Calvert family itself remained among the greatest beneficiaries of Maryland's land system. After Benedict Leonard Calvert, the fourth Lord Baltimore, converted to Anglicanism, Proprietary government was restored to the Calvert family in 1715. But the Maryland that returned to proprietary rule was very different from the Catholic refuge envisioned by the colony's founders. Anglicanism remained established. Catholics faced legal disabilities, and slavery was becoming central to the province's economy. Still, wealthy planters were only a small part of Maryland's free population. Most white Marylanders did not live as great plantation aristocrats. Small farmers cultivated modest holdings, often growing tobacco alongside corn and other food crops. Tenants rented land. Former indentured servants attempted to establish independent households. Craftsmen, including blacksmiths, carpenters, coopers, shoemakers, tailors, millers, and shipwrights, provided essential services. Merchants connected rural producers to Atlantic markets. Sailors and watermen moved goods through the Chesapeake. Women worked within households, farms, shops, and family businesses, though their legal and economic independence was heavily constrained by the gender conventions of the period. Maryland also contained a growing population of free people of African descent, despite increasingly restrictive racial laws. The society developing around tobacco was therefore complex, but its opportunities were distributed profoundly, unequally, according to wealth, race, gender, religion, and legal status. Urban life expanded slowly because the Chesapeake's navigable waterways allowed commerce to bypass towns. But several settlements, nevertheless, became increasingly important. Annapolis, made the colonial capital in the 1690s, developed into Maryland's political and cultural center. Located on the Severn River, it housed government institutions and attracted merchants, lawyers, craftsmen, tavern keepers, and members of the planter elite. During the 18th century, prosperous Marylanders transformed Annapolis into an increasingly sophisticated town connected intellectually and commercially to the wider Atlantic world. Imported books, newspapers, luxury goods, and fashions circulated among those who could afford them. Taverns provided spaces for business, politics, drinking, and information exchange, while the harbor connected the capital to the Chesapeake and beyond. Another settlement would eventually become far larger. In 1729, the Maryland Assembly authorized the establishment of Baltimore town near the Patapsco River. It was named for the Lords Baltimore, the proprietary family whose title derived from Baltimore in Ireland. The early town was tiny, and nothing yet suggested the enormous city that would later dominate Maryland. But its location was excellent. The Patapsco offered access to the Chesapeake, while roads and rivers connected the area to an agricultural hinterland that would become increasingly productive. Baltimore gradually attracted merchants, craftsmen, laborers, and ship owners. As Maryland's economy diversified during the 18th century, particularly with increasing production of grain in northern and central areas, Baltimore's commercial importance grew. Wheat and flour would eventually complement tobacco as major exports, and mills appeared along streams feeding the Chesapeake. Ports and warehouses expanded, merchants extended credit to farmers and planters, and ships carried Maryland commodities into an Atlantic economy stretching from Britain and continental Europe to Africa, the Caribbean, and other North American colonies. This commercial expansion also produced a more diverse population. Maryland remained overwhelmingly shaped by English culture, but it contained numerous religious and ethnic communities. Anglicans possessed the advantages of an established church for much of the period. Catholics survived despite political restrictions and remained particularly significant in parts of the colony. Quakers established communities and challenged aspects of the dominant religious order. German-speaking immigrants increasingly entered Maryland during the 18th century, especially in northern and western areas, bringing Lutheran, Reformed, and other traditions. Scots-Irish settlers moved into frontier regions, while Jewish merchants and families, though few in number and denied equal political rights, became part of Maryland's growing commercial world. Enslaved Africans and their descendants represented an increasingly large share of the population and transformed Maryland culturally as well as economically. By the middle of the 18th century, Maryland was therefore no longer the precarious settlement founded at St. Mary's City little more than a century earlier. It had become a prosperous and expanding Atlantic colony, with Annapolis as its political center and Baltimore beginning its rise as a commercial port. Tobacco wealth had financed elegant homes, supported merchants, enriched leading families, and connected Maryland to markets across the ocean. But the prosperity carried an enormous human cost. The colony's wealth increasingly rested upon a system in which human beings and their descendants could legally be owned for life. Slavery was not a peripheral institution existing beside Maryland's economic development. It was becoming one of the foundations of that development. It shaped land ownership, political power, racial identity, family life, law, and the distribution of wealth. The planter elite that would influence Maryland politics for generations emerged from this system, while enslaved Marylanders created families and communities under conditions designed to deny them autonomy. These contradictions would follow Maryland into the Revolutionary era. When colonists eventually began speaking of natural rights, political liberty, and resistance to tyranny, they would do so in a society where tens of thousands of people remained enslaved. The conflict between those ideals and Maryland's plantation economy would become one of the central tensions of its history. Chapter 6: Maryland and the American Revolution. In 1763, Maryland was a prosperous British colony whose tobacco plantations, farms, ports, merchants, and political institutions were deeply connected to the Atlantic world of the British Empire. And few Marylanders could have imagined that within 20 years they would belong to an independent republic. Yet the end of one war created the conditions for another. Britain's victory over France in the 7 Years' War, known in its North American theater as the French and Indian War, had dramatically changed the balance of power on the continent. France lost most of its mainland North American possessions, removing a major threat to the British colonies. But Britain emerged from the conflict burdened by enormous debts and faced the continuing expense of defending its expanded empire. British officials believed that the American colonies, which had benefited from the war, should contribute more directly to imperial costs. Many colonists saw the matter differently. They were accustomed to substantial control over their own taxation through colonial assemblies, and new attempts by Parliament to raise revenue in America seemed to threaten rights they believed they possessed as British subjects. Maryland soon became part of this widening dispute. The Stamp Act of 1765 imposed duties on a broad range of printed materials, including legal documents, newspapers, licenses, and playing cards, requiring the use of specially stamped paper. The amounts involved were less important than the constitutional principle. Opponents argued that Parliament was taxing colonists who had no elected representatives in that body, giving rise to the famous argument against taxation without representation. Resistance spread throughout the colonies, and Maryland participated vigorously. Lawyers, merchants, printers, and ordinary residents protested the act, while colonial institutions challenged its legitimacy. In Annapolis, Demonstrations targeted those associated with enforcement, and intimidation made it difficult for stamp distributors to perform their duties. Maryland's resistance also produced an important legal episode when the courts confronted whether business could continue without stamped paper. The Stamp Act was repealed in 1766 after widespread colonial opposition and pressure from British merchants. But Parliament simultaneously asserted its right to legislate for the colonies, leaving the fundamental disagreement unresolved. Additional taxes followed, particularly the townshend duties of the late 1760s. And Maryland merchants joined non-importation agreements intended to pressure Britain economically. Political arguments that had once focused narrowly on particular taxes increasingly became debates about the nature of imperial authority itself. Marylanders were not united. Some remained strongly loyal to Britain. Others favored resistance while hoping for reconciliation, and only gradually did a movement for independence emerge. The crisis intensified after the Boston Tea Party of 1773 and Parliament's punitive response against Massachusetts. In Maryland, the most dramatic symbol of resistance came in October 1774, with an incident remembered as the Peggy Stewart Affair. The brig Peggy Stewart, owned by Annapolis merchant Anthony Stewart, arrived carrying tea upon which the controversial British duty had been paid. Local patriots regarded the payment as a violation of the colonial boycott and confronted Stewart. Under intense public pressure, he agreed not merely to destroy the tea but to burn the ship itself. On October 19th, the Peggy Stewart was set on fire in Annapolis Harbor, producing Maryland's own spectacular counterpart to the Boston Tea Party. The destruction of a valuable vessel demonstrated how far resistance had progressed. Actions that only a decade earlier might have seemed unthinkable were now defended as necessary measures against British policy. As relations with Britain deteriorated, Maryland began creating political institutions outside the traditional colonial government. Provincial conventions assembled representatives from the counties and increasingly assumed responsibilities once exercised through royal or proprietary structures. Committees organized resistance, enforced boycotts, collected supplies, and prepared for possible conflict. After fighting broke out at Lexington and Concord in Massachusetts in April 1775, the possibility of reconciliation became increasingly remote, although many Marylanders still hesitated to embrace complete separation. Maryland's delegates to the Continental Congress were initially restricted from voting for independence because the provincial convention had not authorized such a step. But public opinion and political circumstances changed rapidly. In June 1776, Maryland's convention removed those restrictions, allowing its representatives in Philadelphia to support independence. On July 4th, the Continental Congress adopted the Declaration of Independence, transforming the conflict from a rebellion seeking redress into a war to create a new nation. 4 Maryland delegates, Samuel Chase, William Paca, Thomas Stone, and Charles Carroll of Carrollton, signed the declaration. Carroll, a wealthy Catholic planter, was particularly notable because Catholics had faced political disabilities in Maryland for generations. Independence would eventually dismantle many of those restrictions, even as the revolutionary language of liberty existed beside the continued enslavement of thousands of African Americans. Maryland now had to do more than declare independence. It had to defend it. The state organized militia and Continental Army units, supplied weapons and provisions, and sent soldiers to fight far beyond its borders. Their most famous moment came almost immediately, during one of the darkest days of the Revolution. In the summer of 1776, General George Washington attempted to defend New York City against an enormous British expeditionary force commanded by General William Howe. On August 27th, British and Hessian forces defeated the Americans in the Battle of Long Island, also known as the Battle of Brooklyn. Washington's army was in danger of being trapped and destroyed. During the retreat, Maryland troops belonging largely to the 1st Maryland Regiment were ordered to resist the advancing British near the Gowanus Road and the Old Stone House. Their exact number remains debated, which is why the famous name, Maryland 400, should not be understood as a precise roll call of exactly 400 men. But their sacrifice became legendary. Vastly outnumbered, the Marylanders launched repeated attacks against superior British forces, buying precious time for other American troops to escape across Gowanus Creek and reach defensive positions. Many Maryland soldiers were killed, wounded, or captured. Watching the fighting, Washington was traditionally reported to have exclaimed in anguish at the sacrifice of the men who were saving his army. Whether every detail later attached to the episode can be verified, its military significance was real. Maryland troops helped cover the retreat of an army whose destruction might have crippled the Revolution at its beginning. The survivors became part of a military tradition that earned Maryland soldiers a reputation for discipline and courage. And the state later acquired the nickname, the Old Line State, commonly associated with the distinguished service of its Continental troops. Maryland units continued fighting through the war, participating in campaigns from the northern states to the south. They served in battles including White Plains, Trenton, Princeton, Brandywine, Germantown, Camden, Cowpens, Guilford Courthouse, and ultimately Yorktown. Washington's army endured years of shortages, defeats, disease, expiring enlistments, and political uncertainty. And Maryland shared in the enormous challenge of keeping the Continental forces supplied. The state contributed grain, cattle, clothing, weapons, and money, while its geographical position made it an important connection between the northern and southern theaters of war. Maryland itself escaped some of the sustained devastation experienced by New York, New Jersey, and the Carolinas. But the Chesapeake was never beyond the reach of British power. The Royal Navy possessed enormous mobility along the bay and its rivers. British vessels raided coastal communities, disrupted commerce, seized supplies, and threatened plantations and towns. For enslaved Marylanders, the war created both danger and opportunity. The revolutionary promise of liberty did not automatically include them, and Maryland's political leaders had no intention of immediately dismantling slavery. Yet wartime disruption could weaken masters' control, and British proclamations elsewhere offering freedom under certain conditions to enslaved people who escaped rebel owners encouraged some to seek liberation behind British lines. Others served the American cause in various capacities. Free black Marylanders also participated in the revolutionary world. The result was one of the Revolution's defining contradictions. White Americans fought against what they described as political slavery, while maintaining literal chattel slavery within their own society. Meanwhile, Maryland was creating a state government to replace the old proprietary order. A new constitution adopted in 1776 established Maryland as an independent state with its own legislature and governor. Political power remained concentrated among property-owning men, and the revolutionary settlement was far from democratic by modern standards. But authority was now justified through the people of Maryland rather than the Calvert proprietorship or the British Crown. Even after independence was declared, however, the states had to determine how they would cooperate. The Continental Congress drafted the Articles of Confederation as the first formal framework of national government. But the Articles required ratification by all 13 states, Maryland became the final holdout. Its objection concerned Western lands. States such as Virginia claimed enormous territories extending toward or beyond the Appalachian Mountains, while Maryland possessed no comparable Western claims. Maryland leaders feared that states controlling vast Western territories could sell land, accumulate wealth, and become disproportionately powerful. They therefore insisted that these Western claims should be surrendered for the common benefit of the United States. The dispute delayed ratification for years. Only after states, including Virginia, moved toward ceding their Western claims did Maryland relent. On March 1, 1781, Maryland formally ratified the Articles of Confederation, bringing them into effect for the entire Union. The decision demonstrated that even during a war for survival, disagreements between the states could be profound, and Maryland's insistence on Western land cessions helped establish the principle that Western territories could become national territory rather than simply extensions of existing states. By then, the military situation was also moving toward a conclusion. In 1781, Washington and the French General Rochambeau moved their combined forces south toward Virginia, while a French fleet helped trap the British army of Lord Cornwallis at Yorktown. Maryland lay along the route of this decisive campaign, and American and French forces passed through the state on their journey south. Cornwallis surrendered in October, effectively ending major combat, although the formal peace would take another 2 years. The Treaty of Paris in 1783 finally recognized the independence of the United States. For Maryland, 20 years had transformed the political world. In 1763, it had been a British proprietary colony within a victorious empire. In 1783, it was one of 13 states in a fragile new republic. Maryland soldiers had fought from New York to the southern battlefields. The Maryland 400 had entered Revolutionary legend through their desperate stand on Long Island, and Maryland politicians had helped declare independence while also shaping the first national union. Yet victory resolved none of the deeper contradictions inherited from the colonial era. Wealth remained unequally distributed, political rights remained restricted. Indigenous communities had lost much of their land and power, and slavery continued despite the Revolution's language of liberty and equality. Independence had answered the question of whether Maryland would remain under British rule. It had not answered what kind of state Maryland, or what kind of nation the United States, would ultimately become. Chapter 7. Building the New Republic. When the American Revolution ended in 1783, Maryland had achieved independence from Britain, but victory immediately raised a more difficult question. How could 13 former colonies, jealous of their independence and divided by economic interests, territorial disputes, and competing political traditions, create a nation capable of surviving? Maryland would play an unusually visible role in answering that question. And the symbolic beginning came in Annapolis before the war had even formally ended. On December 23, 1783, George Washington entered the Maryland State House and appeared before the Continental Congress, which was temporarily meeting there. Washington had commanded the Continental Army for more than 8 years, and after defeating Britain, possessed enormous prestige. In an age when victorious generals had often used military power to seize political authority, Washington instead voluntarily resigned his commission. Standing before Congress in the old Senate chamber, he surrendered command and declared that the work entrusted to him had been completed. The gesture reinforced the principle that military authority would remain subordinate to civilian government and became one of the defining moments of the early republic. The building in which it occurred, the Maryland State House, was itself becoming a landmark of national history. Begun in the 1770s and completed during the Revolutionary era, it served as Maryland's seat of government. But from November 1783 until August 1784, it also served as the meeting place of the Continental Congress. It was there that Congress ratified the Treaty of Paris in January 1784, formally confirming the peace agreement that recognized American independence. For a brief period, Annapolis therefore stood at the political center of the new United States. Yet the government created under the Articles of Confederation soon revealed serious weaknesses. Congress could request money from the states, but possessed no effective independent power to tax them. Interstate commercial disputes were difficult to resolve, and the national government struggled to regulate trade or respond decisively to economic crises. Maryland had already demonstrated during the debate over Western lands that individual states could pursue their own interests stubbornly, and similar conflicts continued after the war. One of the most important involved navigation and commerce on the Potomac River and Chesapeake Bay, particularly between Maryland and Virginia. Representatives from the two states met at George Washington's Mount Vernon estate in 1785 and reached an agreement concerning navigation, fishing, and commercial rights. The success of these negotiations encouraged a broader effort to address interstate trade. In September 1786, delegates from several states assembled in Annapolis for what became known as the Annapolis Convention. Only 5 states ultimately sent commissioners, making comprehensive reform impossible. But the delegates, including Alexander Hamilton of New York and James Madison of Virginia, recognized that the underlying problems extended far beyond commerce. They issued a report calling for another convention to meet in Philadelphia the following year to consider more fundamental changes to the structure of the national government. That recommendation helped lead directly to the Constitutional Convention of 1787. The Constitution produced in Philadelphia proposed a much stronger federal government with powers to tax, regulate interstate and foreign commerce, conduct foreign policy, and enforce federal laws, while dividing authority among legislative, executive, and judicial branches. Ratification triggered intense debate throughout the states. Federalists argued that the Articles had created a dangerously weak union and that the Constitution was necessary for national survival. Anti-Federalists feared that the proposed government might become too powerful and threaten the liberties for which Americans had just fought. Maryland held its ratifying convention in Annapolis in April 1788. After debate, the delegates approved the Constitution by a decisive vote of 63 to 11, making Maryland the 7th state to ratify. The new federal system soon increased Maryland's national importance for a reason no one could overlook: geography. The Constitution authorized the creation of a federal district that would not belong to any individual state. Northern and Southern leaders disagreed over where the permanent capital should be located, and the issue became part of the political bargaining of the early republic. The Residence Act of 1790 authorized a federal district along the Potomac River. Maryland and Virginia agreed to cede territory for the new capital, producing the original District of Columbia, a square approximately 10 miles on each side that included land on both sides of the Potomac. The portion ceded by Virginia was later returned to that state in 1846. But the Maryland portion remained and forms the modern District of Columbia. The creation of Washington fundamentally altered Maryland's future. The new federal city was built directly beside the state, on land that had itself once belonged to Maryland, and communities such as Georgetown were already connected to Maryland's commercial world. As federal institutions grew, Maryland would become increasingly tied to the political, economic, and demographic expansion of the national capital. Yet around 1800, Washington remained a developing city, while Maryland's great urban center was emerging farther north. Baltimore grew with astonishing speed during the decades following independence. In the middle of the 18th century, it had been a relatively modest settlement on the Patapsco River. By the early 19th century, it was becoming one of the largest and most commercially important cities in the United States. Its rise reflected changes in Maryland's economy. Tobacco remained significant, particularly in southern Maryland. But farmers in northern and western parts of the state increasingly produced wheat and other grains. Baltimore became a natural collection and export point for this agricultural hinterland. Grain arrived at mills, was processed into flour, and moved through the port toward markets throughout the Atlantic world. Merchants built warehouses, invested in ships, extended credit, and developed commercial connections with the Caribbean, Europe, and other American ports. Baltimore shipyards also acquired an important reputation. Local builders produced fast sailing vessels, including the type later famous as Baltimore clippers, valued for their speed and maneuverability. The maritime economy employed sailors, dock workers, craftsmen, merchants, shipbuilders, rope makers, sailmakers, coopers, and countless others. Immigration and migration increased the city's population, creating crowded neighborhoods alongside expanding commercial districts. Baltimore's growth also produced one of the largest and most important free black communities in the United States. Maryland's African-American population was undergoing a complicated transformation in the decades after the Revolution. Slavery remained legal and deeply rooted, especially in the tobacco-growing regions of southern and eastern Maryland. But the number of free African Americans increased substantially. Several forces contributed to this change. Some enslaved people gained freedom through individual manumissions by owners influenced by revolutionary ideals or religious anti-slavery beliefs. Quakers and Methodists became important critics of slavery, although attitudes and practices varied considerably. Others purchased freedom for themselves or relatives, while some were born into free families. Changes in agriculture also made slavery less economically essential to certain landowners than it had been during the height of the tobacco economy. By the early 19th century, Maryland contained a large free black population living beside an even larger enslaved population. Baltimore became a particularly important center of free black life, with African Americans establishing churches, businesses, mutual aid networks, schools, and communities, despite pervasive discrimination and severe legal restrictions. Freedom did not mean equality. Free black Marylanders faced limits on voting, employment, movement, education, and legal rights. And they lived with the constant reality that relatives and neighbors could remain enslaved. The boundary between slavery and freedom could run directly through a family. At the same time, Maryland's location made these contradictions increasingly visible. Pennsylvania to the north had begun gradual abolition, while Maryland remained a slave state. The Mason-Dixon line, originally surveyed during the colonial period to resolve a boundary dispute between the Penn and Calvert families, was slowly acquiring a much deeper meaning as a dividing line between societies moving toward different systems of labor. Within Maryland itself, enslaved people continued to cultivate tobacco and grain, perform domestic labor, work in workshops and shipyards, and carry out skilled trades. Baltimore contained enslaved workers alongside its growing free black population, making the city a place where slavery and freedom existed in immediate proximity. Beyond the older settlements of the Chesapeake, Maryland was also expanding westward. The mountains of western Maryland had long created a geographic barrier between the coastal regions and the interior. But 18th century migration pushed settlement through Frederick County and toward the Appalachian frontier. Towns such as Frederick and Cumberland became increasingly important as settlers, traders, and travelers moved west. The National Road, authorized by Congress in 1806 and constructed beginning in 1811, would soon make Cumberland the eastern starting point of the first major federally funded highway in the United States, linking the Potomac region to the Ohio country. Even before its completion, improving roads and turnpikes reflected an urgent economic goal. Baltimore merchants wanted access to Western trade before rival ports such as Philadelphia could capture it. Water transportation also remained essential. The Potomac was seen as a potential route toward the interior, and companies attempted to improve navigation around its falls and obstacles. These early projects were difficult and often financially disappointing, but they anticipated the much larger transportation revolution of canals and railroads that would transform Maryland in the following decades. By 1812, the state therefore occupied an increasingly strategic position within the United States. Annapolis had witnessed Washington's resignation and helped launch the movement that produced the Constitution. Maryland had ratified that Constitution and surrendered land for the creation of the national capital. Baltimore had grown into a major commercial port whose merchants and ships participated in an increasingly global economy. Roads were pushing toward the west, while the Chesapeake connected farms, plantations, towns, and markets to the Atlantic. Free black communities were expanding even as slavery remained firmly entrenched, revealing the unresolved contradiction between the Revolution's promises and the realities of American life. And directly beside Maryland, Washington was beginning its development as the permanent seat of the federal government. Independence had created a republic, but it had not created security. American merchant ships became caught in the struggle between Britain and Napoleonic France. British naval power interfered with American commerce, and the Royal Navy's practice of impressing sailors generated growing anger. For Maryland, these international tensions were particularly dangerous. Its prosperity depended heavily on maritime trade. Baltimore had become one of the country's busiest ports, and the Chesapeake Bay offered an enemy fleet a broad highway deep into the heart of the nation. Most dangerously of all, the new federal capital stood only a short distance from its shores. In 1812, the United States once again declared war on Great Britain. This time, Maryland would not merely send soldiers to distant battlefields. The war would come directly into the Chesapeake. British troops would march through Maryland toward Washington, and the defense of Baltimore would produce one of the most enduring symbols in American history. Chapter 8. The War of 1812 and the Birth of an Anthem. When the United States declared war on Great Britain in June 1812, Maryland suddenly found itself dangerously close to the center of a conflict that many Americans had expected to unfold primarily along the Canadian frontier. Because the Chesapeake Bay offered the Royal Navy something far more valuable than simply another coastline to attack. It was a vast natural corridor leading deep into the American Republic, toward prosperous farms and towns, the important port of Baltimore, and, most tempting of all, the young national capital at Washington. The causes of the war had accumulated over years. Britain and Napoleonic France were locked in a global struggle, and both powers interfered with neutral American commerce. British restrictions on trade angered American merchants, while the Royal Navy's practice of impressment, stopping vessels and forcing men claimed as British subjects into naval service, became a particularly powerful grievance. Americans also resented British support for indigenous resistance to American expansion in the Northwest, and some political leaders, especially the congressional war hawks, believed that national honor demanded a stronger response to repeated British pressure. President James Madison asked Congress for a declaration of war, and the decision deeply divided the country. Maryland itself contained supporters and opponents of the conflict, and Baltimore became the scene of violent political unrest when a mob attacked a newspaper associated with Federalist opposition to the war. Whatever the political disagreements, Maryland's geography meant that once war began, it could not remain safely distant from the consequences. During the first stages of the conflict, Britain was still concentrating enormous resources on the war against Napoleon in Europe. But the Royal Navy possessed enough power to impose pressure along the American coast. Beginning especially in 1813, British ships entered the Chesapeake and conducted raids against communities along its shores. Rear Admiral George Cockburn became notorious in the region as British forces landed from ships, seized provisions, destroyed military stores and property, and demonstrated how vulnerable the scattered settlements of the bay could be. Havre de Grace, at the head of the Chesapeake, was attacked and partly burned in May 1813. And other communities experienced raids or the constant fear that sails appearing on the horizon might belong to an enemy squadron. For enslaved Marylanders and Virginians, the arrival of British forces created a radically different possibility. The British offered freedom to enslaved people who escaped from American owners and joined them, and hundreds from the Chesapeake region fled toward British lines during the war. Some men were organized into the corps of colonial Marines and fought for Britain, turning the American language of liberty against a republic that continued to hold them in bondage. By 1814, the danger became dramatically greater. Napoleon had abdicated in Europe, temporarily freeing Britain to send experienced troops across the Atlantic. A powerful expedition arrived in the Chesapeake under Major General Robert Ross, supported by Cockburn's naval forces. Their objective was bold: strike directly at the political heart of the United States. In August, British troops landed at Benedict in southern Maryland and began marching inland toward Washington. American leaders struggled to determine exactly where the British intended to attack, and preparations for the defense of the capital were confused and inadequate. On August 24, 1814, the opposing forces met at Bladensburg, Maryland, only a few miles northeast of Washington. The American defenders included militia from Maryland and the District of Columbia, along with regular troops and sailors under Commodore Joshua Barney. Some units fought stubbornly, particularly Barney's sailors and Marines, but much of the American militia collapsed under the pressure of the British advance. The Battle of Bladensburg became an embarrassing defeat, later mocked as the Bladensburg races because of the speed with which many defenders fled. President Madison himself had been near the battlefield before retreating. With the American force scattered, the road to Washington stood open. That evening, British troops entered the capital. Government officials had already fled, and First Lady Dolly Madison had left the White House after ensuring that important objects, most famously a portrait of George Washington, were removed. British soldiers set fire to major public buildings, including the Capitol and the President's house. Flames illuminated the night sky as symbols of the young republic burned. The destruction was partly retaliation for American actions in Canada, including the burning of York, modern Toronto, the previous year. But whatever the justification, the psychological effect was enormous. The capital of the United States had fallen to a foreign army. Yet Washington was not the most valuable commercial prize in the Chesapeake. Baltimore was. With tens of thousands of inhabitants, a thriving harbor, shipyards, warehouses, and extensive international trade, Baltimore was one of America's largest cities and a center of privateering. Baltimore privateers had captured or disrupted British merchant shipping, giving Britain additional reason to attack the city. Unlike Washington, however, Baltimore had been preparing. Residents understood their vulnerability and had constructed defensive earthworks east of the city. Thousands of militia assembled under Major General Samuel Smith, a veteran of the Revolution, while Fort McHenry guarded the entrance to Baltimore Harbor. The British plan required a coordinated attack by land and water. On September 12th, approximately 4,500 British troops landed at North Point on the Patapsco Neck and began advancing toward Baltimore. American forces under Brigadier General John Stricker moved forward to delay them. During the advance, British commander Robert Ross was shot and mortally wounded, depriving the attackers of the general who had led them to victory at Bladensburg and into Washington. Colonel Arthur Brooke assumed command. The Battle of North Point followed, and although the Americans eventually withdrew from the battlefield, their resistance had achieved something crucial. It slowed the British advance and gave Baltimore's defenders additional time to prepare. When Brooke approached the city, he found thousands of Americans positioned behind substantial fortifications. A direct assault promised heavy casualties. Everything, therefore, depended upon the British Navy breaking through the harbor defenses, and standing in its way was Fort McHenry. The star-shaped fort commanded the narrow approach to Baltimore's inner harbor. Its commander, Major George Armistead, had roughly 1,000 defenders under his authority, including regular soldiers, militia, and artillerymen. Armistead had deliberately requested a flag so large that the British would have no difficulty seeing it from a distance. Baltimore flagmaker Mary Young Pickersgill, assisted by members of her household, produced an enormous American garrison flag, measuring approximately 30 by 42 feet. On September 13th, British warships began their bombardment. Bomb vessels fired explosive shells in high arcs toward the fort, while specialized vessels launched Congreve rockets whose fiery trails created a terrifying spectacle. Because many British ships remained beyond the effective range of Fort McHenry's guns, the defenders had limited ability to answer. For approximately 25 hours, shells and rockets fell around the fort. British forces attempted during the night to move smaller vessels toward other defensive positions, but American batteries helped repel the effort. Despite the intensity of the bombardment, Fort McHenry did not surrender. Watching these events from aboard a British vessel was a Maryland lawyer named Francis Scott Key. Key had sailed under a flag of truce with American prisoner exchange agent John Stuart Skinner to negotiate the release of Dr. William Beans, a Maryland physician who had been taken prisoner by the British after the Washington campaign. The Americans successfully argued for Beans's release, but because Key and his companions had learned information about the planned attack on Baltimore, they were temporarily prevented from returning to shore. From their vessel, they watched the bombardment through the night. The darkness made it difficult to determine whether the fort had fallen. Explosions periodically illuminated the battlefield. But the decisive answer came with daylight on September 14th. Fort McHenry was still in American hands, and the American flag remained visible above it. Inspired by the sight, Key began composing verses describing the experience. He wrote words that opened with a question: whether the flag seen at twilight the previous evening could still be seen in the morning light. The poem was initially titled Defense of Fort McHenry and was soon printed in Baltimore. Its words were set to the melody of a popular existing tune, To Anacreon in Heaven, composed by the English musician John Stafford Smith. The song spread rapidly under the title The Star-Spangled Banner. Key could not have known that more than a century later, in 1931, Congress and President Herbert Hoover would make it the official national anthem of the United States. The survival of Fort McHenry also determined the immediate military outcome. The British fleet had failed to force its way into Baltimore Harbor, and without naval support, Brooke judged an assault on the city's formidable land defenses too dangerous. British troops withdrew to their ships. Baltimore had survived because its defenses worked together. The militia at North Point delayed the land advance. Prepared fortifications confronted the British with the prospect of a costly assault. Fort McHenry and surrounding batteries denied the Royal Navy access to the harbor. And thousands of defenders demonstrated a level of preparation that had been disastrously absent at Bladensburg. The victory was especially powerful because it followed so closely after the humiliation of Washington's destruction. Within weeks, the British Chesapeake campaign effectively ended, and negotiations already underway in Europe moved toward peace. The Treaty of Ghent was signed on December 24, 1814, largely restoring relations to their pre-war condition, without resolving every issue that had originally caused the conflict. Because news crossed the Atlantic slowly, the famous American victory at New Orleans occurred in January 1815, after the treaty had been signed, but before word of peace had reached the armies there. Strategically, the War of 1812 produced no dramatic territorial transformation, yet its cultural and political consequences were substantial. Many Americans emerged from the conflict with a strengthened sense of national identity and with stories of resistance that could offset memories of military failure. For Maryland, no story became more enduring than Baltimore. The state had watched British troops march across its territory and defeat American forces at Bladensburg. Maryland communities had endured raids, plantations had lost enslaved people who seized opportunities for freedom, and the national capital beside the state had been burned. Yet at Baltimore, the advance stopped. The enormous flag above Fort McHenry became a symbol of survival, and Francis Scott Key's verses transformed that moment into a national memory. A war born from disputes over trade, sailors, empire, and national sovereignty had given the United States its future anthem, and Maryland had become permanently associated with the night when Americans looked toward a battered fort in the Chesapeake and waited for daylight to reveal whether their flag was still there. Chapter 9. Canals, Railroads, and the Rise of Baltimore. When peace returned after the War of 1812, Maryland entered a period of transformation unlike anything the state had experienced since the establishment of the tobacco economy. As roads, canals, railroads, factories, immigration, and rapidly expanding cities began to reshape a society that had long been dominated by plantations and farms. At the center of this transformation stood Baltimore. The city that had been little more than a small settlement on the Patapsco River in the early 18th century had already grown rapidly before the War of 1812. And in the decades after the successful defense of Fort McHenry, its expansion accelerated. By 1820, Baltimore had a population of more than 60,000, making it one of the largest cities in the United States. And by 1850, that number had risen to roughly 170,000. Its location explained much of its success. Baltimore possessed an excellent harbor connected to the Chesapeake Bay and Atlantic Ocean, while the agricultural regions of Maryland and the growing lands beyond the Appalachian Mountains offered enormous quantities of produce that could be processed, traded, and exported. Flour became particularly important. Wheat grown in Maryland and neighboring regions traveled toward Baltimore, where mills processed grain before merchants shipped flour to domestic and international markets. Warehouses crowded the waterfront, ships entered and departed the harbor, and merchants developed commercial relationships stretching across the Atlantic and Caribbean. Baltimore was becoming not merely Maryland's largest city, but one of the great commercial centers of the young United States. Its growth attracted migrants from rural America and increasing numbers of immigrants from Europe. Germans had lived in Maryland since the colonial period, particularly in Baltimore and the central and western parts of the state. But 19th century immigration greatly expanded their communities. German immigrants established churches, newspapers, businesses, breweries, social organizations, and neighborhoods, preserving aspects of their language and culture while becoming an important part of Baltimore's economic and political life. Irish immigration also increased, particularly during the 1830s and dramatically during and after the Great Famine that began in Ireland in the 1840s. Many Irish immigrants arrived with few resources and entered some of the hardest forms of urban and transportation labor. They worked on docks, in factories, in construction, and on the enormous infrastructure projects transforming Maryland. Their Catholicism also changed the religious character of a state whose earliest history had been shaped by conflict over the rights of Catholics. By the middle of the 19th century, Baltimore possessed one of America's most important Catholic populations, alongside Protestant denominations, Jewish communities, free black congregations, and a growing variety of immigrant institutions. Population growth created opportunity, but also severe social problems. Housing became crowded in working-class districts. Disease spread easily in poor neighborhoods. Working conditions could be dangerous. And ethnic, religious, racial, and political tensions periodically erupted into violence. Yet the most important challenge confronting Baltimore's merchants was geographical. The city depended upon commerce with the interior, but rival ports were developing their own routes west. New York gained a tremendous advantage when the Erie Canal opened in 1825, linking the Hudson River with the Great Lakes and allowing Western agricultural products to flow toward New York City at much lower cost. Philadelphia also sought stronger connections with Western markets. Baltimore needed its own route across the Appalachian Mountains or risk losing the expanding trade of the Ohio Valley. Maryland already possessed one important western artery. The National Road, authorized by the federal government in 1806, began at Cumberland in western Maryland and extended westward toward the Ohio River. Construction started in 1811, and over subsequent decades, the road pushed through the mountains and eventually reached into Illinois. Cumberland became a crucial gateway between the Atlantic states and the Trans-Appalachian West. Stagecoaches, freight wagons, livestock, settlers, merchants, and travelers moved along the route, and taverns and towns grew to serve them. The National Road represented a remarkable improvement over older trails. But wagon transportation remained expensive and slow. Americans therefore turned toward canals as a possible solution. The Potomac River had long been imagined as a natural route toward the west, but rapids and other obstacles made navigation difficult. Earlier attempts to improve the river had achieved limited success. In 1828, construction began on the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, an ambitious project intended to run from the Georgetown area beside Washington westward along the Potomac. ultimately with hopes of reaching the Ohio River. President John Quincy Adams participated in the groundbreaking ceremony on July 4th. The canal would eventually extend approximately 185 miles to Cumberland, using locks, aqueducts, tunnels, and an engineered waterway to overcome the changing elevation and difficult landscape. Boats pulled by mules transported coal, grain, lumber, and other goods along the canal. But on the very same day that construction ceremonially began on the C&O Canal, another transportation project was already taking shape in Baltimore, one based on a technology that would ultimately prove far more revolutionary. Baltimore merchants and investors had concluded that rails rather than canals might provide the fastest route to the west. In 1827, the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad was chartered, becoming the first major common carrier railroad in the United States. Construction formally began in 1828, and the symbolic first stone was laid by Charles Carroll of Carrollton, the elderly Maryland statesman who had signed the Declaration of Independence more than half a century earlier. Carroll reportedly regarded the railroad as one of the most important acts of his life because of what it promised for the future of Baltimore. At first, however, the technology was experimental. Early railway cars could be pulled by horses, and Americans debated whether steam locomotives were practical on the steep grades and curves of the American landscape. In 1830, inventor Peter Cooper demonstrated his small steam locomotive, later famous as the Tom Thumb, on B&O tracks near Baltimore. According to the celebrated story, the locomotive raced a horse-drawn railway car and was performing well until a mechanical problem allowed the horse to win. The symbolic result mattered more than the actual race. Steam power had demonstrated its potential. The B&O expanded westward through Maryland, overcoming enormous engineering challenges as tracks crossed rivers and climbed toward the Appalachians. Viaducts and bridges became monuments to the new industrial age. The railroad reached Frederick through a branch connection, Harper's Ferry on the Potomac in the 1830s, and finally Cumberland in 1842. Its ultimate goal remained the Ohio River, which it would reach at Wheeling in 1852. The B&O transformed Baltimore by allowing goods and people to travel between the city and the interior with a speed that would have seemed extraordinary only a generation earlier. Journeys measured in days could increasingly be completed in hours, and unlike canals, railroads were not confined to natural waterways. The railroad became both an economic engine and a symbol of American technological ambition. Its tracks also helped integrate western Maryland more closely with Baltimore. The western counties possessed a different landscape and economy from the Chesapeake Tidewater. Mountain valleys supported agriculture. Forests provided timber, and enormous coal deposits around Cumberland and the George Creek Valley became increasingly important as industrialization accelerated. Coal could be transported eastward by both canal and railroad, supplying factories, homes, steam engines, and ships. Towns expanded around mines, transportation routes, and manufacturing centers. Meanwhile, Baltimore itself was becoming increasingly industrial. Flour mills had long taken advantage of streams flowing toward the Patapsco, but manufacturing diversified into textiles, metalworking, machinery, glass, chemicals, food processing, and other industries. Workshops that had once relied primarily on skilled artisans increasingly existed alongside larger factories employing wage laborers. The waterfront remained essential. Baltimore's shipyards had already earned a reputation for constructing fast sailing vessels, and shipbuilding continued to employ skilled craftsmen and laborers. Steam power gradually transformed maritime transportation as it was transforming land travel, while Baltimore merchants continued sending ships throughout the Atlantic economy. The industrial city, however, remained closely connected to a Maryland that was still overwhelmingly rural. Across the Chesapeake Bay, the eastern shore followed a different rhythm. Agriculture dominated much of the region, with farms and plantations producing grains, tobacco in some areas, livestock, and increasingly a variety of crops destined for urban markets. The Chesapeake and its tributaries remained essential transportation routes. Fishing, oystering, and other maritime occupations supported communities whose lives depended upon the bay. Improved steamship connections eventually made it easier to transport agricultural products and passengers between the eastern shore, Baltimore, and other markets. But the region did not industrialize at the same pace as Baltimore. Southern Maryland likewise retained many characteristics of the older plantation society, including a continued dependence on slavery and tobacco. This growing economic diversity sharpened divisions within the state. Baltimore was becoming an urban, commercial, immigrant, and increasingly industrial society. Western Maryland was tied to roads, canals, railroads, mining, and westward commerce. The eastern shore and southern counties remained more agricultural, and large landowners continued to exercise substantial political influence. Slavery existed throughout Maryland, but was distributed unevenly, and Baltimore's enormous free black population lived alongside enslaved people and European immigrants in a city whose economy increasingly depended upon wage labor rather than plantation agriculture. By 1850, Maryland therefore contained several very different worlds within a relatively small territory. A merchant standing beside Baltimore Harbor, an Irish laborer laying railroad track, a German craftsman operating a shop, a coal miner near Cumberland, an enslaved tobacco worker in southern Maryland, and an eastern shore farmer all lived in the same state but experienced radically different economic realities. Transportation connected these worlds while simultaneously accelerating their differences. The national road carried people westward. The Chesapeake and Ohio Canal moved goods along the Potomac. Steamships crossed the bay, and above all, the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad demonstrated that distance itself was being conquered by technology. Baltimore had become one of America's great cities because it successfully connected the Atlantic coast to the expanding interior. But prosperity brought new tensions involving class, immigration, race, labor, and political power. And beneath the excitement surrounding locomotives, factories, and expanding commerce, remained the institution that increasingly divided the entire nation. Maryland was industrializing, but it was still a slave state. It bordered free Pennsylvania, contained one of the largest free black populations in America, and stood directly between the slaveholding South and the increasingly free labor North. The same railroads and roads that carried commerce across Maryland could also carry enslaved people toward freedom. By the middle of the 19th century, that contradiction was becoming impossible to ignore. Chapter 10: Slavery, Freedom, and Resistance. By the early 19th century, Maryland occupied one of the most complicated positions in the increasingly divided United States. It was a slave state whose economy and laws protected human bondage, yet it bordered Pennsylvania, where gradual abolition had placed freedom geographically close to thousands of enslaved Marylanders. And within Maryland itself lived one of the largest free black populations in the country, creating a society in which slavery and freedom could exist within the same town, the same neighborhood, and even the same family. Slavery remained particularly important in southern Maryland and on the eastern shore, where enslaved men, women, and children worked on tobacco plantations, grain farms, and mixed agricultural estates. Tobacco had helped create Maryland's slave society during the colonial period, and although its relative economic importance declined in some areas as farmers diversified into wheat and other crops, slavery did not disappear with that change. Enslaved people planted and harvested crops, cared for livestock, cut timber, maintained buildings, drove wagons, worked on the Chesapeake, and performed skilled occupations such as blacksmithing, carpentry, and coopering. Women labored in fields as well as kitchens and households, while also bearing the enormous burden of maintaining families under a system that gave enslavers legal power over parents and children alike. Violence remained fundamental to the institution. Enslaved people could be whipped, hired out, imprisoned, sold, or separated from their families, and Maryland law severely restricted their movement and autonomy. Yet slavery in Maryland did not exist only on rural plantations. Baltimore contained enslaved workers even as it developed into a commercial and industrial city increasingly dependent on free labor. Enslaved Baltimoreans worked as domestic servants, dock workers, craftsmen, laborers, and in other occupations. Some were hired out by their owners, meaning that they worked for other employers while part or most of their earnings went to the person who legally owned them. This urban environment could sometimes provide enslaved people with greater mobility, access to information, and contact with free African Americans. But it did not make them free. A person might walk through Baltimore's streets, perform skilled work, handle money, and interact daily with free people while still being legally subject to sale at an owner's decision. This was especially striking because Baltimore also became home to a large and dynamic free black community. By 1860, free African Americans substantially outnumbered enslaved people in Maryland as a whole. A remarkable situation for a slave state. Some had descended from families that had been free for generations. Others had been manumitted by enslavers, purchased their own freedom, or benefited from the anti-slavery convictions of religious communities and individuals. Free black Marylanders established churches, schools, businesses, mutual aid societies, and independent households. Black churches became particularly important institutions, providing not only religious life, but also community organization, education, leadership, and networks of assistance. Yet legal freedom remained precarious. Free African Americans could not assume that the state regarded them as equal citizens. Maryland imposed discriminatory restrictions upon voting, movement, employment, and other aspects of life. And white fears of slave rebellion often produced demands for even tighter controls over free black communities. The existence of a large free population also undermined one of slavery's ideological foundations by demonstrating every day that African Americans could build independent families, businesses, churches, and institutions when not held in bondage. For enslaved Marylanders, however, one of the greatest dangers of the 19th century came from changes in the national slave economy. As cotton cultivation expanded across the Deep South following the invention and spread of the cotton gin, demand for enslaved labor increased dramatically in states such as Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and later Texas. At the same time, changes in Maryland agriculture meant that some enslavers considered themselves to have more enslaved workers than they required. Human beings, therefore, became a profitable export. Maryland became part of the domestic slave trade that forcibly transported hundreds of thousands of African Americans from the Upper South to the expanding plantation regions farther south and west. Baltimore contained slave dealers and holding facilities where people could be confined before sale. For enslaved Marylanders, the threat of being sold south carried terrifying meaning. Sale could permanently separate a husband from his wife, a mother from her children, or siblings from one another. Those sold might be marched overland in coffles or transported aboard ships to markets such as New Orleans. from which they could disappear into the cotton and sugar plantations of the Deep South. The possibility of sale therefore functioned not only as an economic transaction, but also as a weapon of discipline. Against this system stood resistance in many forms. Some enslaved people slowed work, damaged equipment, negotiated for better conditions, preserved forbidden relationships, learned to read despite restrictions, or challenged owners in less visible ways. Others chose the most direct form of resistance available to them: escape. Maryland's geography made flight both imaginable and extraordinarily dangerous. Pennsylvania lay immediately beyond the Mason-Dixon line. For an enslaved person in northern Maryland, freedom might be only dozens of miles away. But reaching it meant avoiding patrols, slave catchers, suspicious strangers, and advertisements offering rewards for capture. The Mason-Dixon line had originally been surveyed in the 18th century to resolve a boundary dispute between Maryland and Pennsylvania. But by the 19th century, it had acquired a much more powerful symbolic meaning as part of the boundary between slavery and freedom. Crossing it could transform a person's legal circumstances, although even reaching a free state did not guarantee permanent safety. Federal fugitive slave laws allowed enslavers to pursue escapees across state lines, and the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 greatly strengthened mechanisms for recapture. Free black people themselves also faced the danger of kidnapping by criminals who could seize them and sell them into slavery. Networks of black and white abolitionists nevertheless assisted freedom seekers with food, shelter, information, transportation, and contacts. These loosely connected networks became known as the Underground Railroad. It was not a literal railroad and generally had no single centralized organization. Its effectiveness depended on secrecy, trusted relationships, and above all, the courage and knowledge of the people escaping. Free black communities were central to many of these networks, while Quakers and members of other religious groups also played important roles. Religious opposition to slavery had deep roots in Maryland and the wider Chesapeake. Quakers increasingly condemned slaveholding during the 18th century, pressuring members to emancipate enslaved people, while Methodists initially expressed strong anti-slavery principles, though the movement's later history became deeply divided over the issue. Other Christians defended slavery, demonstrating that religion could be used both to attack and justify the institution. Abolitionism grew more confrontational during the 19th century as activists demanded not merely gradual reform, but the destruction of slavery itself. Few people embodied Maryland's relationship between slavery, escape, and abolition more powerfully than Frederick Douglass. He was born Frederick Augustus Washington Bailey into slavery on Maryland's eastern shore around 1818, near Tuckahoe Creek in Talbot County. Like many enslaved children, he experienced family separation from an early age and knew little of his father. His mother, Harriet Bailey, lived apart from him and died when he was still young. As a child, Douglass was sent to Baltimore, an event that would profoundly influence his life. There he lived in the household of Hugh and Sophia Auld. Sophia initially began teaching him the alphabet, but her husband objected, arguing that literacy would make an enslaved person dissatisfied and difficult to control. Douglass later recognized the moment as a revelation. If slaveholders feared literacy, then education offered a path toward freedom. He continued learning secretly, obtaining lessons from white children and reading whatever material he could find. His growing literacy exposed him to arguments about liberty and human rights, while sharpening his understanding of the system holding him captive. After being sent back to the Eastern Shore, Douglas endured especially brutal treatment under Edward Covey, a man known for breaking the resistance of enslaved workers. In 1834, Douglas physically resisted Covey during a confrontation and later described the struggle as a turning point that restored his sense of personal dignity. He eventually returned to Baltimore, where his work in the shipyards exposed him to a mobile urban labor environment and gave him opportunities to plan an escape. On September 3, 1838, disguised as a sailor and carrying borrowed identification papers, Douglas boarded a train from Baltimore and traveled north. Within roughly 24 hours, he reached New York and freedom. He later settled in New Bedford, Massachusetts, took the surname Douglas, and entered the abolitionist movement. His extraordinary abilities as an orator quickly made him famous. Audiences sometimes found his eloquence so remarkable that racist assumptions led them to doubt he had actually been enslaved, prompting him to publish his narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave, in 1845. Douglass became one of the most influential abolitionists in American history. A writer, newspaper editor, lecturer, political activist, and relentless critic of a nation that proclaimed liberty while tolerating slavery. But another Marylander would become equally famous for turning escape into a mission to liberate others. Harriet Tubman was born Araminta Ross into slavery in Dorchester County on Maryland's eastern shore around 1822. Her childhood was marked by hard labor, family separation, and violence. As a young person, she suffered a severe head injury when an overseer threw a heavy object at another enslaved man and struck her instead, leaving her with lifelong health effects. Tubman married a free black man, John Tubman, but her own legal status remained enslaved. In 1849, fearing that she might be sold, she escaped from Maryland and reached Pennsylvania. Freedom, however, did not end her connection to those she had left behind. Tubman repeatedly returned to Maryland, risking capture and possible death to guide relatives and other enslaved people north. Using knowledge of the landscape, assistance from trusted contacts, secrecy, nighttime travel, and extraordinary determination, she became one of the most celebrated conductors associated with the Underground Railroad. The exact number of people she personally guided has often been exaggerated in popular retellings, but the documented reality is remarkable enough. Over roughly a decade, she made about 13 rescue missions and helped approximately 70 people escape directly, while also providing instructions and assistance to others seeking freedom. The Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 made these operations even more dangerous because reaching Pennsylvania no longer provided sufficient security. Many freedom seekers continued farther north toward Canada. Tubman's success turned her into a legendary figure among abolitionists and a deeply feared one among supporters of slavery. Douglass and Tubman followed different paths, but both revealed the extraordinary contradictions of Maryland. They had been born enslaved in a state that stood beside free territory, escaped from bondage, and then dedicated themselves to challenging the institution they had survived. Their stories were exceptional, but they emerged from a much larger history involving thousands of less famous Marylanders who resisted slavery, escaped, purchased freedom, protected family members, built free communities, or assisted others seeking liberty. By 1860, Maryland had become a state divided not simply between enslaved and free people, but between competing visions of America itself. More than 80,000 people remained enslaved, while a still larger population of free African Americans lived within the state. Baltimore was a major industrial and commercial city tied increasingly to northern markets. Yet slave traders still conducted business there. Pennsylvania represented freedom immediately across Maryland's northern boundary. while Virginia remained one of the largest slaveholding states directly to the south. The Underground Railroad crossed the same landscape as commercial railroads, and the Mason-Dixon line had become both a physical border and a national symbol. Then, in 1860, Abraham Lincoln was elected president on a platform opposing the expansion of slavery into the Western territories. Southern states began considering secession, and the long national argument over slavery moved toward war. For Maryland, the coming crisis would be uniquely dangerous. The state was too southern to stand completely apart from slavery, too connected to the north to fit comfortably within the emerging Confederacy, and geographically too important to be ignored. Most critically, Maryland surrounded Washington on three sides. If it left the Union, the capital of the United States would find itself trapped beside enemy territory. The question facing Maryland was no longer merely whether slavery would survive. It was whether Maryland itself would remain in the United States. Chapter 11. Maryland's Impossible Choice. When Abraham Lincoln won the presidential election of 1860, Maryland suddenly found itself confronting a question that threatened not merely its political stability, but the survival of the United States itself. If the slaveholding South left the Union, where would Maryland belong? Lincoln's Republican Party opposed the expansion of slavery into the Western territories. And although Lincoln repeatedly insisted that he had no constitutional authority to abolish slavery where it already existed, many white Southerners regarded his election as proof that their political influence and the future of slavery were in danger. Maryland's election results revealed just how complicated the state's position had become. Lincoln received only a tiny share of Maryland's popular vote, while the state supported the Southern Democratic candidate John C. Breckinridge. Yet, hostility toward Lincoln did not automatically mean support for secession. Maryland contained powerful Unionist sentiment alongside sympathy for the South, and many residents hoped desperately that some compromise could preserve both the Union and slavery. That hope began collapsing almost immediately. South Carolina seceded in December 1860, followed in early 1861 by Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. These states formed the Confederate States of America, selected Jefferson Davis as president, and created a rival government. Maryland initially remained outside the rebellion, as did the other slave-holding border states of Delaware, Kentucky, Missouri, and Virginia. But the crisis intensified dramatically on April 12, 1861, when Confederate forces opened fire on Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor. The fort surrendered the following day. Lincoln responded by calling for 75,000 militia to suppress the rebellion. This transformed the crisis. Virginia, unwilling to provide troops to fight fellow Southern states, voted to secede, and North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas eventually followed. Maryland now stood directly beside the Confederacy. Across the Potomac lay Virginia, while immediately to Maryland's south and west stood Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. Few states possessed greater strategic importance. Washington had been created largely from territory ceded by Maryland and sat between Maryland and Virginia. Once Virginia joined the Confederacy, Maryland's loyalty became essential. If Maryland also seceded, Washington would be bordered by Confederate Virginia on one side and Confederate Maryland on the others. The federal capital could be isolated from the loyal northern states, its railroad and telegraph connections threatened, and its defense made extraordinarily difficult. The symbolic consequences would have been equally devastating. The Confederacy might have threatened, besieged, or potentially captured the national capital at the very beginning of the war. Lincoln reportedly understood the situation in stark terms. The Union could not afford to lose Maryland. Yet Maryland itself was deeply divided. Southern Maryland and parts of the Eastern Shore contained strong cultural, economic, and familial ties to Virginia and the slaveholding South. Wealthy slaveholders feared Republican policies and sympathized with Southern claims that states possessed a right to leave the Union. Baltimore contained outspoken secessionists and organizations sympathetic to the Confederacy. At the same time, Unionism remained powerful, particularly in Western Maryland and among many merchants, workers, immigrants, and political moderates who opposed disunion even if they had little sympathy for abolitionism. Maryland's large free black population also had obvious reasons to fear the triumph of a Confederacy founded upon the preservation of slavery. Although African Americans possessed little formal political power, families, neighborhoods, and communities divided over the issue. Some Marylanders would eventually fight for the Union, while brothers, cousins, or neighbors fought for the Confederacy. The danger became visible almost immediately after Fort Sumter. Washington needed troops, but reaching the capital from northern states required passing through Maryland. And the most important railroad routes ran through Baltimore. On April 19, 1861, soldiers of the 6th Massachusetts Militia arrived in Baltimore while traveling toward Washington. Because railroad lines approaching the city terminated at different stations, troops had to cross Baltimore's streets between the President Street Station and Camden Station. Crowds gathered as the soldiers moved through the city, and hostility quickly escalated. Secessionist sympathizers and other civilians attacked the troops with stones, bricks, and other weapons. Soldiers were assaulted, shots were fired, and the confrontation descended into street fighting. Several soldiers and civilians were killed and many more wounded. The Baltimore riot, also called the Pratt Street Riot, became one of the first episodes of bloodshed associated with the Civil War, occurring before the great armies had even assembled. For Union leaders, the riot confirmed their worst fears. The route connecting Washington to the north could be severed from within Maryland itself. In the immediate aftermath, Maryland officials and Baltimore authorities attempted to prevent further violence by obstructing railroad access, and bridges north of Baltimore were destroyed. Washington briefly appeared dangerously isolated. Confederate sympathizers hoped Maryland might now follow Virginia out of the Union, while Unionists feared that a secession convention could make that possibility real. Governor Thomas Hicks, himself a slaveholder and initially deeply cautious, opposed immediate secession, but also objected to federal troops passing through Maryland in ways likely to provoke further violence. The Maryland legislature met in Frederick rather than Annapolis, partly because of the extraordinary political atmosphere. Yet despite strong secessionist voices, the legislature did not vote Maryland out of the Union. There were several reasons. Maryland's economic ties to northern states were substantial, particularly through Baltimore's commerce and the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Western Maryland contained strong Unionist sentiment. Secession would almost certainly turn the state into an immediate battlefield. And even many Marylanders who disliked Lincoln or defended slavery did not believe leaving the United States was justified or practical. But political persuasion was only part of the story. Lincoln's administration was prepared to use federal power to ensure that Maryland remained secure. Union troops entered and occupied strategically important positions. General Benjamin Butler moved forces into Baltimore and took control of key transportation routes, while troops occupied Federal Hill overlooking the city, making unmistakably clear that the federal government could use military force if necessary. Railroads and telegraph lines were protected, and the route between the northern states and Washington was restored. The administration also took one of its most controversial wartime measures: suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus along certain military routes. Habeas corpus ordinarily allowed a detained person to challenge the legality of imprisonment before a court. Lincoln authorized military authorities to suspend that protection in areas where he believed rebellion threatened vital communications. The issue produced a dramatic constitutional confrontation in Maryland. John Merryman, a Maryland militia officer and secessionist sympathizer, accused of participating in the destruction of railroad bridges, was arrested by military authorities when held at Fort McHenry. Chief Justice Roger B. Taney, himself a Marylander and the author of the infamous Dred Scott decision, issued a ruling in ex parte Merryman arguing that the president did not possess the constitutional authority to suspend habeas corpus on his own, and that such power belonged to Congress. The military did not release Merryman, and Lincoln rejected the practical implications of Taney's position, arguing that extraordinary measures were necessary to prevent the government itself from collapsing. The controversy raised a fundamental question that would continue throughout the war. How far could presidential power expand in order to preserve the Union? Federal intervention in Maryland went beyond Merryman. As the war continued and fears of secessionist activity persisted, military authorities arrested individuals suspected of aiding the Confederacy, including newspaper editors, activists, legislators, and political figures. The most dramatic arrests came in September's 1861, when federal authorities detained several members of the Maryland legislature and other officials believed to be sympathetic to secession before a legislative session in Frederick. Critics regarded the arrests as a blatant attack on representative government and civil liberties. The Lincoln administration and its defenders viewed them as necessary to prevent disloyal politicians from using state institutions to assist an armed rebellion. Historians continue to debate exactly how close Maryland actually came to formal secession, and whether the arrests prevented a genuine legislative attempt to leave the Union. What is clear is that federal military power sharply limited what organized secessionists could do. Maryland remained in the United States because unionism within the state was substantial, because economic and regional interests made secession unattractive to many residents, because the legislature never produced the necessary political majority for withdrawal, and because the federal government demonstrated that it would not passively allow strategically vital Maryland to fall under Confederate control. The central counterfactual, nevertheless, reveals why Lincoln treated the state with such urgency. What if Maryland had joined the Confederacy? Washington would not necessarily have fallen automatically. The Union possessed naval power, troops could have been transported by water, and federal forces might simply have invaded and occupied Maryland. But the strategic situation in 1861 would have become vastly more dangerous. The capital would have stood inside or beside hostile territory, with its northern land communications passing through a Confederate state. The Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, one of the nation's most important transportation arteries, would have been threatened across a much greater distance. Confederate armies could have operated north and east of Washington, rather than merely across the Potomac. The Union might have been forced to conquer much of Maryland immediately simply to secure its own capital. Baltimore, with its major harbor, industries, rail connections, and large population, would have represented an extraordinary prize for the Confederacy. Internationally, The apparent encirclement or possible evacuation of Washington could have damaged confidence in the Union at precisely the moment Britain and France were deciding how to respond to the new Confederate government. Politically, the loss of Maryland might also have encouraged secessionists in Kentucky and Missouri, potentially altering the entire geography of the war. Maryland's decision, or inability, to secede, therefore, mattered far beyond its borders. But remaining in the Union did not mean Maryland suddenly became a unified northern state. Slavery remained legal. Confederate sympathy remained widespread in parts of the population. Thousands of Marylanders eventually crossed south and joined Confederate forces, while many more served in the Union military. Civilians continued arguing over loyalty, emancipation, civil liberties, and federal power. The state had avoided secession, but it had not escaped the conflict dividing the nation. Instead, Maryland became the border state in the most literal sense. A slave state held within the Union, bordering Confederate Virginia, containing both Union and Confederate supporters, and surrounding the capital whose survival depended upon Maryland remaining under federal control. In 1861, political maneuvering and military occupation had prevented the state from joining the Confederacy. The following year, however, Robert E. Lee would bring the Confederate Army across the Potomac and onto Maryland soil. The question would no longer be whether Maryland might voluntarily enter the Confederacy. Lee would attempt to change the course of the war by invading it. And along a quiet creek near the town of Sharpsburg, Maryland would become the site of the bloodiest single day in American history. Chapter 12. The Civil War Comes to Maryland. Maryland remained in the Union in 1861. But remaining in the Union did not mean that Marylanders agreed about the war. And over the next 4 years, the state would experience the Civil War not as a distant national struggle, but as a conflict that divided families, brought enormous armies across its countryside, ended slavery within its borders, threatened Washington repeatedly, and ultimately connected Maryland, even to the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. Tens of thousands of Marylanders served in Union forces, while thousands of others crossed into Virginia and joined the Confederacy, creating the extraordinary possibility that soldiers from the same state, and sometimes from the same extended family, could face one another on opposing battle lines. Maryland regiments existed in both armies, reflecting the state's identity as a borderland between North and South. For much of 1861, however, the greatest military action occurred elsewhere. Then, in the summer of 1862, Confederate General Robert E. Lee changed the strategic situation dramatically. After a series of Confederate victories in Virginia, Lee decided to carry the war north of the Potomac. His Army of Northern Virginia crossed into Maryland in early September, beginning the first major Confederate invasion of Union territory. Lee had several objectives. Northern Virginia had been devastated by repeated campaigning, and moving north could allow his army to obtain food and supplies from relatively untouched territory. An invasion might influence the approaching congressional elections in the North, weaken Northern enthusiasm for the war, and perhaps encourage European powers such as Britain or France to take the Confederacy more seriously. Lee also hoped that Marylanders sympathetic to the South might join his army, although this expectation proved largely disappointing. Confederate soldiers entering towns such as Frederick found that while some residents welcomed them, Maryland did not rise in mass support of the Confederacy. Lee nevertheless continued his campaign, dividing his army to accomplish several objectives, including the capture of the Union garrison at Harper's Ferry. This division created an opportunity for the Union Army of the Potomac, commanded by Major General George B. McClellan. And remarkably, the Union gained insight into Lee's plans when soldiers discovered a lost copy of Confederate Special Orders No. 191 wrapped around cigars near Frederick. McClellan now possessed information showing that Lee's forces were separated. But his characteristically cautious advance allowed the Confederates valuable time. The first major confrontation came on September 14, 1862, in the mountain passes west of Frederick. At the Battle of South Mountain, Union troops attacked Confederate forces defending gaps through the Blue Ridge. Fighting erupted at Fox's, Turner's, and Crampton's Gaps, and the terrain turned the struggle into a series of brutal uphill assaults. The Union eventually forced the Confederates from key positions, and Lee briefly considered ending the invasion. But events at Harper's Ferry allowed his scattered forces to reunite near the small Maryland town of Sharpsburg. There, between the Potomac River and a winding stream called Antietam Creek, two great armies prepared for battle. The morning of September 17, 1862, began with attacks through fields and woods north of Sharpsburg. Union forces struck Lee's left flank near the Dunker Church, a simple white meeting house belonging to a German Baptist congregation. The fighting swept repeatedly across a cornfield that would become one of the most infamous landscapes of the Civil War. Soldiers advanced into standing corn and disappeared into smoke, only to be struck by rifle and artillery fire at terrifyingly short ranges. Units were shattered within minutes. The field changed hands repeatedly as Union and Confederate troops attacked and counterattacked. Men who had marched through peaceful Maryland countryside only days earlier now found themselves surrounded by wounded comrades, broken weapons, dead horses, smoke, and an almost continuous roar of gunfire. Later in the morning, the center of the battle shifted toward a sunken farm road where Confederate infantry had taken defensive positions. Wave after wave of Union soldiers attacked. For hours, the road provided the Confederates with a natural trench, but eventually their line was penetrated. Bodies accumulated in the depression until the place acquired a new name, Bloody Lane. Had the Union exploited the breakthrough decisively, Lee's army might have faced disaster, but coordination failed and the opportunity passed. In the afternoon, the focus moved south toward a stone bridge crossing Antietam Creek. Union troops under Major General Ambrose Burnside struggled for hours to cross against Confederate defenders positioned on higher ground. The structure would forever afterward be known as Burnside Bridge. Eventually, Union forces crossed and pushed toward Sharpsburg, threatening Lee's right flank and potentially his route of retreat. Then, at a critical moment, Confederate troops under A.P. Hill arrived after a forced march from Harper's Ferry and struck Burnside's advancing soldiers, stopping the Union attack. Darkness finally brought the fighting to an end. In roughly 12 hours, approximately 23,000 Union and Confederate soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making September 17, 1862, the bloodiest single day in American military history. More than 3,600 men were killed outright or died almost immediately from their wounds, and thousands more suffered injuries that could mean amputation, infection, lifelong disability, or death in the days ahead. Farms around Sharpsburg became hospitals. Houses, barns, churches, and fields filled with wounded men. Local civilians emerged into a landscape transformed almost beyond recognition. Families whose property had become a battlefield now faced destroyed crops, damaged buildings, dead livestock, and thousands of soldiers requiring care and burial. Photographs taken by Alexander Gardner shortly afterward showed dead soldiers still lying where they had fallen. When displayed in New York, these images brought Americans unusually close to the physical reality of battlefield death. Antietam was not a clear tactical triumph in the traditional sense. McClellan had possessed numerical superiority but failed to destroy Lee's army, and on September 18th, both sides remained near the battlefield. That night, Lee withdrew across the Potomac into Virginia. Strategically, however, the Confederate invasion had failed, allowing President Lincoln to claim enough of a Union success to take a step he had been considering for months. 5 days after the battle, on September 22nd, Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation. It warned that on January 1st, 1863, enslaved people in states or portions of states still in rebellion would be declared free. The final proclamation, therefore, did not immediately free enslaved people in loyal slave states such as Maryland, nor did it apply to every enslaved person throughout the country. Its legal justification rested upon Lincoln's wartime powers against areas in rebellion. Nevertheless, it fundamentally transformed the meaning of the conflict. Preservation of the Union remained a central objective, but destruction of slavery in the Confederacy was now an explicit Union war policy. It also authorized the enlistment of black men into the United States Armed Forces, adding both moral and military force to emancipation. For enslaved Marylanders, however, the contradiction was striking. A proclamation associated historically with the battle fought on Maryland soil did not free them because Maryland had remained loyal to the Union. The war returned to Maryland in 1863, when Lee again invaded the North. This time his army moved through the Shenandoah Valley and crossed the Potomac into Maryland as part of a campaign that eventually carried it into Pennsylvania. Confederate troops moved through communities, including Hagerstown, and advanced northward, while Union forces again traveled across Maryland in pursuit. The campaign's decisive battle occurred just beyond Maryland's border at Gettysburg, from July 1st to July 3rd, 1863. After Lee's defeat, the Confederate Army retreated back through Maryland toward the Potomac, pursued by Union troops through heavy rain and exhausted countryside. Maryland had once again served as the corridor through which armies moved between the northern and southern theaters. A third major Confederate threat came in 1864, when Lieutenant General Jubal Early led Confederate forces down the Shenandoah Valley and across the Potomac, hoping to threaten Washington and force the Union to divert troops from Ulysses S. Grant's campaign against Lee near Richmond and Petersburg. On July 9th, 1864, Early encountered a much smaller Union force under Major General Lew Wallace near Frederick at the Battle of Monocacy. Wallace, later famous as the author of Ben-Hur, knew that his force could probably not defeat Early's veterans, but he could delay them. The Confederates eventually won the battle and forced the Union troops to retreat. But the resistance at Monocacy cost Early crucial time. The engagement became known as the Battle that Saved Washington, because the delay helped Union reinforcements reach the capital before the Confederates arrived. Early advanced to the outskirts of Washington and threatened Fort Stevens, where Lincoln himself briefly came under enemy fire while observing the fighting. But the strengthened defenses made a successful assault impossible. The Confederates withdrew. Once again, Maryland's geography had made it central to the defense of the national capital. Meanwhile, the war was transforming Maryland politically. Slavery had survived the Emancipation Proclamation within the state, but support for abolition grew among Maryland Unionists as the conflict continued. Enslaved people themselves undermined the institution by escaping, seeking protection from Union forces and asserting claims to freedom, while black Marylanders entered military service in United States colored troops. In 1864, Maryland drafted a new state constitution. Voters approved it by an extremely narrow margin, with soldiers' absentee votes helping determine the result. The Constitution abolished slavery in Maryland. It took effect on November 1st, 1864, ending more than 2 centuries of legalized slavery in the state without waiting for the 13th Amendment. Thousands of enslaved Marylanders were legally free. The transformation was enormous, but equality did not follow automatically. Formerly enslaved people still faced racism, discrimination, economic insecurity, and political exclusion, while many white Marylanders bitterly opposed emancipation and the wartime Republican government. The Civil War was nearing its conclusion when Maryland became connected to one final national tragedy. On April 9, 1865, Lee surrendered the Army of Northern Virginia to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. 5 days later, on the evening of April 14th, President Lincoln attended a performance at Ford's Theater in Washington. His assassin, actor John Wilkes Booth, was a Maryland native from the prominent Booth theatrical family and a passionate Confederate sympathizer. Booth shot Lincoln in the presidential box and fled Washington, crossing into southern Maryland as part of his escape. He and accomplice David Harold traveled through an area containing Confederate sympathizers and received assistance along the route, including treatment from Maryland physician Samuel Mudd after Booth injured his leg. Booth eventually crossed the Potomac into Virginia, where Union cavalry tracked him down and killed him on April 26th. Several people associated with the broader assassination conspiracy also had Maryland connections, reflecting the continuing strength of Confederate sympathy in parts of the state, even as the Confederacy itself collapsed. Lincoln's assassination gave Maryland's Civil War story a grim final chapter. The state had begun the conflict with its loyalty uncertain and its streets erupting in violence. It had sent men into both armies, endured 3 Confederate campaigns across its territory, witnessed the slaughter at South Mountain and Antietam, helped delay a Confederate attack on Washington at Monocacy, and abolished slavery before the war ended. Antietam remained the defining image. A peaceful Maryland landscape transformed for a single September day into a scene of almost unimaginable destruction, followed by a political decision that changed the purpose of the war. By 1865, Maryland was still part of the United States, and slavery within its borders was gone. But the society that emerged from the conflict would have to confront a new and difficult question. Freedom had been established in law. Whether freedom would mean citizenship, political power, economic opportunity, and genuine equality was another struggle entirely. Chapter 13: Freedom, Reconstruction, and Segregation. When the Civil War ended in 1865, Maryland entered a new era under circumstances that distinguished it from both the defeated Confederate South and the free states of the North. It had remained in the Union, so it would not undergo congressional reconstruction in the same manner as former Confederate states. Yet, it had also been a slave state in which tens of thousands of people had remained enslaved until Maryland abolished slavery through its new Constitution on November 1st, 1864. And the end of slavery therefore forced Maryland to confront many of the same questions of race, citizenship, labor, and political power that transformed the South after the war. Emancipation represented an extraordinary change for African Americans who had lived under a legal system that treated human beings as property. But freedom did not provide land, wealth, education, or protection from discrimination automatically. Formerly enslaved Marylanders immediately began building lives beyond the direct authority of slaveholders. Families separated through sale or forced migration attempted to locate relatives. Men and women negotiated wages and employment, established independent households, purchased or rented land where possible, strengthened churches, created mutual aid organizations, and pursued education with enormous determination. Maryland already possessed a substantial free black population before the Civil War, particularly in Baltimore. So newly emancipated people entered a state containing established African American churches, neighborhoods, businesses, and community networks. These institutions became essential foundations of post-war black life. Churches served not only as places of worship, but as schools, meeting halls, political centers, and sources of collective support. Education became one of the clearest expressions of freedom. Under slavery, literacy among African Americans had often been discouraged or restricted because knowledge threatened a system dependent upon control. After emancipation, Black Marylanders sought schools for themselves and their children, sometimes establishing classrooms with limited resources and paying teachers from within their own communities. The Freedmen's Bureau, created by Congress in 1865, operated in Maryland as well as in the former Confederate states, assisting with labor disputes, education, and other aspects of the transition from slavery, although its resources and authority were limited. Institutions of black higher education also emerged from the post-war transformation. The Baltimore Normal School for Colored Teachers, established in 1867, eventually developed into what is now Bowie State University, while the institution that became Morgan State University originated in Baltimore in 1867 under Methodist sponsorship. These developments represented profound progress, but Maryland's political transformation remained deeply contested. Because Maryland had never seceded, it was not placed under military reconstruction or required to satisfy the same conditions for readmission to the Union as former Confederate states. This distinction had enormous consequences. In states farther south, federal reconstruction temporarily created political openings in which black men voted in large numbers and African Americans held public office under the protection of federal legislation and, at times, federal troops. Maryland experienced no comparable restructuring of state power. The state's 1864 Constitution had abolished slavery, but imposed stringent loyalty requirements that temporarily restricted the political rights of many former Confederate sympathizers. Those restrictions became deeply controversial, and conservative Democrats soon regained influence. A new Maryland Constitution, adopted in 1867, removed many wartime restrictions and restored voting rights to large numbers of white men who had been excluded because of Confederate sympathies. But it did not grant voting rights to black men. Federal constitutional change ultimately overrode that exclusion. The 15th Amendment, ratified nationally in 1870, prohibited denying the right to vote on the basis of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, formally enfranchising African American men in Maryland. Black Marylanders organized politically, attended conventions, joined parties, and voted, often supporting Republicans because of that party's association with emancipation and constitutional rights. Yet, political equality remained fiercely resisted. White Democratic power was strong, and intimidation, discriminatory practices, and later legislative efforts sought to weaken black political influence. Maryland never constructed the exact same comprehensive system of disfranchisement that emerged in states such as Mississippi. But politicians repeatedly attempted to reduce the African American electorate. Around the turn of the century and into the early 20th century, proposals and laws involving registration requirements and other restrictions were designed in part to suppress black voting. Some of the most ambitious disfranchisement measures would come after 1900, but their roots lay in the post-war struggle over who counted as a full Maryland citizen. Racial segregation likewise hardened during these decades. Maryland's position was distinctive. Geographically, it bordered northern states and contained a rapidly industrializing city. Yet socially and politically, many of its racial practices increasingly resembled those of the South. African Americans encountered discrimination in transportation, public accommodations, housing, employment, and education. Schools were segregated, and black institutions routinely received fewer resources. Social customs reinforced racial separation, even where statutes did not explicitly prescribe every detail. Violence and the threat of violence remained instruments of racial control, and lynching occurred in Maryland during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Freedom had destroyed the legal ownership of human beings, but it had not destroyed the racial hierarchy created during slavery. At the same time, Maryland was being transformed by industrialization. Baltimore emerged from the Civil War positioned for enormous economic expansion. Its harbor connected the city to national and international trade, while the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad linked it to the interior. Railroads became arteries of the new industrial economy, moving coal from western Maryland, grain and livestock from agricultural regions, manufactured goods from factories, and passengers between rapidly growing cities. The B&O became one of the country's great railroad systems, with extensive workshops and facilities employing thousands of people. Industrial development spread through Baltimore and the surrounding region. Clothing manufacturing became especially important, along with food processing, metalworking, fertilizer production, shipbuilding, tobacco manufacturing, and numerous smaller industries. The city's port handled increasing volumes of goods, and industrial districts expanded along transportation corridors and waterfronts. This economic growth drew migrants from rural Maryland and immigrants from overseas. German immigration, already important before the Civil War, continued to shape Baltimore's culture through churches, newspapers, breweries, businesses, music societies, and neighborhoods. Irish immigrants and their descendants became deeply embedded in the city's working class, religious, and political life. Later in the century, growing numbers of immigrants arrived from Eastern and Southern Europe, including Jews fleeing poverty, persecution, and anti-Semitism in the Russian Empire and elsewhere. Baltimore became a city of ethnic neighborhoods, where different languages could be heard in markets, churches, synagogues, factories, docks, and streets. Immigration contributed to economic growth, but also intensified competition for housing and jobs, sometimes producing hostility between groups. African Americans frequently faced the greatest barriers, excluded from many occupations or confined to the lowest paid work, even as industrialization created enormous new wealth. The transformation of Maryland was also visible in higher education and scientific life. In 1873, Baltimore merchant and philanthropist Johns Hopkins died, leaving a fortune to establish both a university and a hospital. Johns Hopkins University opened in Baltimore in 1876 under its first president, Daniel Coit Gilman. The institution adopted a model emphasizing advanced research and graduate education, influenced partly by German universities, and became enormously important in the development of the modern American research university. The Johns Hopkins Hospital opened in 1889 and later became one of the nation's leading centers of medical education and research. These institutions symbolized Baltimore's ambition to become not merely a commercial and industrial city, but also a center of science, medicine, and intellectual life. Yet the prosperity of the industrial era came with severe conflict between workers and employers. Factories and railroads demanded long hours, dangerous labor, and strict discipline, while wages could fall sharply during economic downturns. The most dramatic confrontation occurred during the Great Railroad Strike of 1877. An economic depression had placed enormous pressure on railroad companies, and the B&O announced another reduction in wages. Workers in Martinsburg, West Virginia, stopped trains, and the strike spread rapidly along railroad networks. In Baltimore, crowds gathered and violence erupted between protesters and the Maryland National Guard. Soldiers fired on civilians, people were killed, buildings and railroad property were attacked, and parts of the city descended into chaos before federal troops helped restore order. The strike became a national uprising involving tens of thousands of workers and demonstrated the growing conflict between industrial capital and wage labor. Maryland was no longer a society whose principal economic tension centered only on plantations and slavery. Factories, railroads, mines, and wage workers had created new forms of inequality and political struggle. Western Maryland experienced this industrial transformation through coal mining and railroad expansion around Cumberland and the George Creek region. Cumberland developed into an important transportation and manufacturing center because of its position on the B&O Railroad, the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, and the National Road. Hagerstown grew as a commercial and transportation hub for the Cumberland Valley. Frederick expanded as the center of a productive agricultural region connected increasingly to national markets. On the Eastern Shore, communities remained more dependent upon agriculture and the Chesapeake. But transportation improvements and new technologies changed their economy as well. Rail connections and steamships allowed farmers to send perishable products more quickly to Baltimore, Philadelphia, and other urban markets. Canning industries expanded, processing tomatoes, corn, peas, oysters, and other Chesapeake products. Annapolis remained the state capital and home of the United States Naval Academy, founded there in 1845. But it never approached Baltimore in population or industrial importance. By the end of the 19th century, Baltimore overwhelmingly dominated Maryland's urban landscape and had grown to more than 500,000 residents by 1900, making it one of the largest cities in the United States. This extraordinary growth sharpened the differences between Maryland's regions. Baltimore was industrial, densely urban, ethnically diverse, and increasingly shaped by wage labor. Western Maryland combined agriculture with mining, manufacturing, and transportation. The Eastern Shore and Southern Maryland remained more rural and agricultural, retaining social structures influenced strongly by the state's plantation past. The counties surrounding Washington were still far from the vast suburban communities they would become in the 20th century. But their proximity to the expanding federal capital would eventually transform them. Across all these regions, African Americans continued creating communities despite segregation and discrimination. Black churches, schools, newspapers, businesses, fraternal organizations, and professional networks grew, particularly in Baltimore. A black middle class gradually emerged alongside a much larger population of laborers and domestic workers. Activists challenged unequal treatment through courts, political organizations, journalism, and community action. establishing traditions that would later help make Maryland important to the national civil rights movement. Maryland's post-war history, therefore, did not fit neatly into a simple division between North and South. Unlike the former Confederate states, Maryland was never occupied and reconstructed as a defeated member of the rebellion, allowing much of its pre-war political establishment and social structure to survive. Unlike most northern states, however, Maryland had only recently abolished slavery, retained powerful Southern cultural traditions, and developed extensive systems of racial segregation. At the same time, Baltimore's industrial economy, enormous immigrant population, railroad connections, and growing free labor system increasingly resembled major northern cities. Maryland was becoming what its geography had long suggested: a border society containing elements of both regions, but belonging completely to neither. By 1900, the state had changed dramatically from the Maryland of 1865. Slavery was gone. Black communities had built institutions in freedom. Baltimore had become an industrial metropolis. Railroads tied the state to a national economy. Immigrants had transformed its neighborhoods, and universities and hospitals were establishing Maryland as a center of research and medicine. Yet emancipation had not produced racial equality. Industrial wealth had created new class conflicts, and segregation was becoming more rather than less entrenched. The 19th century had begun with Maryland as a plantation state dependent upon tobacco and slavery. It ended with Baltimore as one of America's great industrial cities. The 20th century would begin by demonstrating both the extraordinary power and the vulnerability of that urban achievement. Chapter 14: Baltimore becomes an industrial giant. Between the final decades of the 19th century and the outbreak of the First World War, Baltimore underwent a transformation that changed not only the scale of the city, but the everyday lives of the people who inhabited it. As railroads, steel mills, shipyards, factories, immigrants, streetcars, expanding neighborhoods, and one of America's busiest ports turned Maryland's largest city into a major industrial metropolis. At the heart of this expansion stood the Port of Baltimore, whose location on the Patapsco River connected the agricultural and industrial interior of the United States with the Chesapeake Bay and the Atlantic Ocean. Grain, flour, tobacco, coal, lumber, and manufactured goods moved through its docks and warehouses, while imported products and immigrants arrived from Europe. Baltimore possessed an important geographical advantage. It was one of the major Atlantic ports located relatively close to the growing markets and resources beyond the Appalachian Mountains, and the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad provided the crucial connection between the harbor and the interior. By the late 19th century, the B&O was no longer the experimental railroad of the 1830s, but an enormous transportation system carrying passengers and freight across hundreds of miles. Rail yards, repair shops, warehouses, bridges, and tracks became fundamental features of Baltimore's industrial landscape, and thousands of workers depended directly or indirectly upon the railroad for their livelihoods. The company's history remained closely associated with the Garrett family, one of Baltimore's most influential commercial dynasties. John Work Garrett became president of the B&O in 1858 and guided the railroad through the Civil War and the decades of expansion that followed, while the wealth and influence of the Garrett family extended into banking, philanthropy, culture, and politics. The railroad helped make possible another transformation that would permanently alter Baltimore's economy: the rise of heavy industry. The most dramatic symbol appeared southeast of the city at Sparrows Point. In the 1880s, industrial development began there on a scale far greater than the workshops and factories of earlier Baltimore. The location was ideal for an integrated industrial complex because it offered deep water access for ships, extensive land, and connections to rail transportation. Steel production began at Sparrows Point in the 1890s, and the complex eventually became associated with the Pennsylvania Steel Company and later Bethlehem Steel. Iron ore and other raw materials could arrive by ship. Coal could reach the works by rail, and finished steel could be transported throughout the country. Furnaces, rolling mills, smoke, noise, and enormous industrial structures transformed the shoreline. Sparrows Point would eventually develop into one of the world's largest steelmaking complexes, employing tens of thousands of people at its 20th century peak. But even before 1914, it represented the emergence of a new industrial Maryland, in which steel rather than tobacco could symbolize economic power. Shipbuilding developed beside steelmaking. Baltimore had constructed ships since the colonial era and had become famous for fast sailing vessels during the age of the Baltimore Clippers. But modern industrial shipbuilding required steel, heavy machinery, large workforces, and enormous capital investment. Shipyards along the harbor and at Sparrows Point increasingly built and repaired vessels for commercial and government use. The waterfront became a landscape of docks, cranes, warehouses, rail lines, factories, and ships arriving from distant ports. Other industries were less spectacular, but equally important to everyday employment. Baltimore became one of America's major centers of clothing manufacture, employing large numbers of workers in factories and smaller workshops. Food processing flourished because of the city's access to both agricultural regions and the Chesapeake Bay. Canning became particularly significant. Technologies developed during the 19th century allowed fruits, vegetables, oysters, and other foods to be preserved and shipped over long distances. And Baltimore became a major center of the American canning industry. Tomatoes, corn, peaches, peas, and Chesapeake seafood arrived seasonally for processing, creating employment in factories where conditions could be exhausting and wages low. The canning economy connected urban workers directly to rural Maryland, especially the Eastern Shore, where farmers increasingly produced crops for processors and where seafood industries supplied oysters and other Chesapeake products. Industrial growth required workers, and workers transformed Baltimore's population. German and Irish communities already had deep roots in the city, but immigration accelerated and diversified during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Germans continued to maintain churches, clubs, breweries, newspapers, and cultural organizations, while Irish Americans became prominent in working-class neighborhoods, Catholic institutions, labor, and politics. Increasing numbers of immigrants arrived from Eastern and Southern Europe, particularly after the 1880s. Jews fleeing persecution and poverty in the Russian Empire and Eastern Europe established new communities, businesses, synagogues, charitable institutions, and neighborhoods. Italians, Poles, Lithuanians, Czechs, and other immigrant groups added further layers to the city's cultural geography. Baltimore's row houses became one of the defining features of this expanding urban world. Blocks of narrow brick houses spread outward as streetcar lines allowed residents to live farther from the commercial center. Neighborhood identity could be intensely local, shaped by ethnicity, religion, occupation, and class. A person's church or synagogue, market, tavern, workplace, school, and social organizations might all exist within a relatively small area. Little Italy developed into a center of Italian immigrant life, while German, Irish, Jewish, Polish, and Czech communities became associated with other districts. African Americans formed their own, increasingly important neighborhoods in response both to community ties and to growing racial discrimination in housing. Working-class Baltimore was crowded, energetic, and unequal. Factory whistles and railroad schedules regulated daily life for thousands of people. Men labored in steel mills, shipyards, railroad shops, docks, construction sites, and factories, while women worked in garment production, canneries, domestic service, laundries, food processing, and other occupations. Children also contributed to family incomes in an era before modern restrictions on child labor were fully established. Industrial employment could offer regular wages, but exposed workers to dangerous machinery, toxic substances, extreme heat, exhausting schedules, and sudden unemployment during economic downturns. Labor organizations attempted to improve wages and conditions, while employers frequently resisted unionization. The violence surrounding the railroad strike of 1877 had already demonstrated how explosive these conflicts could become. Yet Baltimore's industrial era also produced extraordinary concentrations of wealth, and some of that wealth reshaped the city through philanthropy. No name became more closely associated with this transformation than Johns Hopkins, a Quaker merchant, investor, and businessman who accumulated a substantial fortune. Hopkins died in 1873 and left approximately $7 million to establish a university and a hospital. One of the largest philanthropic gifts in American history at the time. Johns Hopkins University opened in 1876 and pioneered a model of higher education centered upon original research and advanced scholarship. Johns Hopkins Hospital opened in 1889, and the medical school followed in 1893. Physicians and researchers associated with the institutions helped transform American medical education by emphasizing scientific research, laboratory work, and rigorous clinical training. Baltimore was therefore becoming simultaneously a center of heavy industry and intellectual innovation. The city itself expanded to accommodate its growing population. Baltimore annexed surrounding territory, streets and sewer systems extended outward, streetcars connected new districts to downtown, and residential construction spread beyond the old urban core. Parks and public buildings reflected aspirations toward metropolitan grandeur, while electric lighting, telephones, improved water systems, and other technologies gradually altered everyday life. But modernization was uneven. Wealthy neighborhoods enjoyed spacious homes and services unavailable to poorer districts, while overcrowding, inadequate sanitation, disease, and dangerous housing remained serious problems among working-class residents. Racial inequality became increasingly embedded in the geography of the city, with African Americans facing discrimination in employment, public life, education, and housing. Baltimore could present itself as a modern industrial metropolis, while maintaining social divisions rooted partly in Maryland's slaveholding past. Then, on Sunday morning, February 7th, 1904, the confidence of the industrial city confronted catastrophe. A fire began in the business district near German and Hopkins Streets. The precise original cause was never definitively established. But once flames took hold inside commercial buildings filled with combustible materials, they spread with terrifying speed. Strong winds carried fire from structure to structure. Firefighters responded from Baltimore and neighboring cities, but an unexpected technological problem hindered assistance. Hose couplings were not standardized nationally, meaning equipment brought by some outside fire companies could not connect effectively to Baltimore's hydrants. Explosions were used in attempts to create fire breaks by demolishing buildings before the flames reached them. But the inferno continued advancing. Smoke darkened the sky as entire blocks disappeared. Warehouses, offices, banks, shops, and commercial buildings burned one after another. The fire moved toward the waterfront, threatening the economic heart of Baltimore. Firefighters battled it through Sunday and into Monday, and only after roughly 30 hours was the catastrophe finally brought under control. More than 1,500 buildings were destroyed outright, with additional structures damaged across an area of roughly 70 city blocks. The property losses amounted to tens of millions of dollars in contemporary money, making the Great Baltimore Fire one of the most destructive urban fires in American history. Remarkably, despite the enormous scale of the disaster, the confirmed direct loss of life was extremely small compared with the physical destruction, although later accounts have debated whether every death was properly recorded. The economic consequences were immediate. Thousands of people temporarily lost workplaces, businesses had lost records and inventories, and a substantial portion of Baltimore's commercial center lay in ruins. Yet the response revealed the resources and determination of a mature industrial city. Baltimore chose to rebuild rather than abandon its downtown. Debris was cleared, businesses operated from temporary locations, and reconstruction began rapidly. The disaster also offered an opportunity to modernize the urban landscape. Streets in parts of the burned district were widened, building practices improved, and fire safety regulations received greater attention. The national problem exposed by incompatible fire hose connections contributed to efforts toward greater standardization of firefighting equipment. New office buildings and commercial structures rose where older 19th century buildings had stood, producing a downtown increasingly adapted to 20th century commerce. Within only a few years, much of the physical evidence of the fire had disappeared beneath reconstruction. The speed of recovery became part of Baltimore's civic identity, a demonstration that the city could survive a catastrophe that had destroyed much of its commercial heart. By the eve of the First World War, Baltimore bore little resemblance to the town that had existed at the beginning of the 19th century. Its population had surpassed 500,000. Ships from across the Atlantic entered its harbor. Railroad lines converged upon its stations and freight yards. Steel poured from industrial works at Sparrow's Point. Factories produced clothing and canned food, and immigrants from across Europe had created neighborhoods whose cultural influence would endure for generations. Johns Hopkins had established Baltimore as an international center of medicine and research, while industrial fortunes and working-class labor existed beside profound racial and economic inequality. The Great Baltimore Fire had briefly reduced much of the commercial center to smoking ruins. But reconstruction had produced an even more modern city. Baltimore had become Maryland's industrial giant, and the state's economy was increasingly tied to steel, transportation, manufacturing, and global trade. Soon those industries would be asked to operate at a scale even greater than Baltimore's 19th century builders had imagined. Because in 1914, Europe descended into war, and within 3 years, the United States would enter the conflict. Maryland's shipyards, factories, railroads, military installations, and port would become instruments not simply of commerce, but of modern industrial warfare. Chapter 15. War, Depression, and a Changing Maryland. When war erupted across Europe in 1914, Maryland was already being transformed by industrialization, immigration, and the extraordinary growth of Baltimore. But the 3 decades that followed would accelerate those changes and connect the state more closely than ever to the military, political, and economic power of the federal government. The United States initially remained neutral in the First World War, and President Woodrow Wilson won re-election in 1916 after campaigning in part on having kept the nation out of the conflict. But unrestricted German submarine warfare, attacks affecting American shipping, and the Zimmermann telegram helped push the United States toward intervention, and Congress declared war on Germany in April 1917. Maryland's location immediately made it important to the war effort. Baltimore possessed a major Atlantic port, extensive railroad connections, shipyards, steel production, and factories capable of supplying an industrial war. While the state's proximity to Washington made it a natural location for new military facilities. One of the most important was Camp Meade, established in 1917 between Baltimore and Washington, near the community of Odenton. Named initially for Civil War General George G. Meade, the enormous camp trained tens of thousands of soldiers for service in the newly expanded U.S. Army. Barracks, roads, training grounds, hospitals, and support facilities appeared rapidly, creating what was effectively a military city almost overnight. Farther northeast, Aberdeen Proving Ground was also established in 1917 as the Army sought a site where artillery, ammunition, and other weapons could be tested. Its location near the upper Chesapeake provided extensive land and access to transportation, while remaining relatively close to major industrial centers. Together, Camp Meade and Aberdeen represented the beginning of a military and federal presence that would become one of the defining features of modern Maryland. Baltimore's industries expanded to meet wartime demand. Steel from Sparrows Point, ships from Chesapeake yards, railroad equipment, machinery, clothing, and other manufactured goods supported mobilization. The Bethlehem Steel Corporation acquired the Sparrows Point complex during this era, strengthening the connection between Maryland and one of America's most powerful industrial corporations. Shipbuilding expanded dramatically at facilities around Baltimore, employing thousands of workers. The war also accelerated social changes already underway. African Americans from the rural South moved northward during the Great Migration, seeking industrial jobs and hoping to escape some of the violence and restrictions of the Jim Crow South. Baltimore became an important destination, although black newcomers quickly discovered that racial discrimination remained deeply embedded in Maryland housing, employment, and public life. Women also entered or expanded their presence in occupations affected by wartime labor shortages, even though many were expected to surrender positions when soldiers returned. The political position of women was changing as well. Maryland's own suffrage movement had campaigned for decades, but the state legislature repeatedly resisted granting women the vote. National constitutional change finally settled the issue. The 19th Amendment was ratified in 1920, prohibiting denial of voting rights on the basis of sex, despite Maryland's legislature rejecting the amendment at the time. Maryland women could now vote in national and state elections, a fundamental expansion of formal political participation. The same period brought another national experiment with sweeping consequences: prohibition. The 18th Amendment and the Volstead Act established nationwide restrictions on the production and sale of alcoholic beverages beginning in 1920. In Maryland, however, prohibition encountered substantial resistance. Baltimore's large German and Irish communities had strong traditions surrounding breweries, taverns, and social drinking. And Maryland became famous for its reluctance to embrace aggressive state enforcement. The state never passed its own comprehensive enforcement act comparable to those adopted elsewhere, helping earn Maryland a reputation as a free state, a nickname later adopted more broadly. Illegal drinking establishments, bootlegging, and disputes over enforcement became features of the 1920s until national prohibition was repealed by the 21st Amendment in 1933. At the same time, the United States was becoming less welcoming to the immigration that had helped build industrial Baltimore. Fear of radicalism after the Russian Revolution, wartime nationalism, racial theories, and nativist hostility contributed to restrictive federal legislation. The Emergency Quota Act of 1921 and Immigration Act of 1924 sharply limited immigration and established national origin quotas favoring immigrants from Northern and Western Europe, while restricting many from Southern and Eastern Europe and excluding most Asian immigration. For Baltimore, whose neighborhoods had been transformed by generations of Germans, Irish, Jews, Italians, Poles, Czechs, Lithuanians, and others, the new laws slowed one of the principal sources of population growth and altered the city's demographic future. Yet the 1920s initially appeared prosperous for many Americans. Automobiles changed transportation, electricity reached more homes, radio created a new mass culture, and consumer goods became increasingly available. Suburban development began expanding beyond older urban neighborhoods, as automobiles and improved roads allowed some families to live farther from workplaces. But prosperity was distributed unequally, and the economic system contained severe weaknesses. The stock market crash of 1929 marked the beginning of the Great Depression, and Maryland suffered alongside the rest of the nation. Industrial production collapsed, construction slowed, banks failed, businesses closed, and unemployment soared. Baltimore's working-class neighborhoods were particularly vulnerable because families dependent upon wages could lose their income almost immediately when factories reduced production. Steel workers, dock workers, railroad employees, garment workers, and craftsmen faced layoffs or reduced hours. African American workers, already confined disproportionately to insecure and lower-paying occupations, often experienced unemployment at even higher rates. Rural Maryland suffered as agricultural prices fell and farmers struggled with debt. Chesapeake communities dependent upon fishing, crabbing, and oystering faced both economic hardship and environmental pressures on the resources that sustained them. The Bay remained central to life on the eastern shore and in southern Maryland, where watermen followed seasonal cycles that had shaped communities for generations, harvesting blue crabs, oysters, fish, and other resources. Their work required specialized knowledge of tides, weather, boats, and the ecology of the Chesapeake. But incomes could be unstable and markets uncertain. The Depression made those vulnerabilities more severe. Franklin D. Roosevelt's election in 1932 brought the New Deal, a collection of federal programs intended to provide relief, encourage economic recovery, reform financial institutions, and create employment. Maryland became a landscape of New Deal activity. Federal programs employed workers constructing roads, schools, parks, public buildings, sewer systems, and other infrastructure. The Civilian Conservation Corps placed young men in conservation projects, including work in parks and forests, while the Works Progress Administration supported construction as well as cultural, historical, and artistic projects. Public works improved infrastructure that communities might otherwise have been unable to afford during the Depression. The New Deal also strengthened the connection between Maryland and Washington. Federal employment expanded, and counties close to the District of Columbia increasingly benefited from the growth of government agencies and workers. Montgomery and Prince George's counties remained far less developed than they would become after World War II. But the foundations of their future suburban expansion were already becoming visible. Then global war returned. Germany invaded Poland in September 1939, beginning the Second World War in Europe, while Japan continued its expansion in Asia. The United States again initially remained formally outside the conflict, but American industry increasingly supplied Britain and other Allied powers. On December 7, 1941, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, and the United States entered the war. The effect on Maryland was immediate and enormous. The state possessed nearly everything required for wartime mobilization: a major port, railroads, steel mills, shipyards, aircraft-related industries, chemical production, military bases, and direct proximity to Washington. Sparrows Point became one of the great industrial centers of the American war effort. Bethlehem Steel's massive complex produced steel required for ships, weapons, vehicles, infrastructure, and countless military purposes. Nearby shipbuilding operations worked at extraordinary speed. Thousands of men and women entered industrial employment, and the demand for labor drew migrants from Maryland's countryside and from states farther south. Baltimore's population surged. African Americans continued arriving as part of the Great Migration, while white workers from Appalachia and the rural South so moved into the metropolitan area. Housing shortages became severe as workers crowded into neighborhoods near industrial plants. New housing developments were constructed, but segregation and discriminatory housing policies meant that access was distributed unequally. Black workers were essential to wartime production, yet continued facing barriers to jobs, promotions, housing, and public accommodations. Women entered defense industries in unprecedented numbers, becoming part of the national image later represented by Rosie the Riveter. They welded, assembled equipment, worked in factories, staffed offices, served in military auxiliary organizations, and performed jobs previously considered male occupations. Wartime necessity did not eliminate discrimination, but it disrupted assumptions about who could perform industrial work. Maryland's military installations expanded just as dramatically. Fort George G. Meade, as Camp Meade had come to be known, trained and processed large numbers of military personnel and housed prisoners of war during the conflict. Aberdeen Proving Ground became an essential center for testing weapons, vehicles, ammunition, and military technology. Other installations around the Chesapeake and Washington region expanded or took on new missions. The United States Naval Academy in Annapolis trained officers for a rapidly growing Navy, while naval facilities throughout the Chesapeake supported operations and research. Maryland's location between the national capital and the Atlantic made it an increasingly dense concentration of military infrastructure. The Chesapeake itself became strategically important, providing sheltered waters for training, transportation, and naval activities. The war also accelerated scientific and technological work connected to federal agencies and military research, laying foundations for the defense and technology economy that would become increasingly important after 1945. By the final years of the conflict, Maryland's industrial output operated on a scale that would have been almost unimaginable during the Depression only a decade earlier. Unemployment had effectively disappeared, factories ran around the clock, shipyards launched vessels at extraordinary rates, and trains carried workers, soldiers, raw materials, and military equipment through the state. The human cost remained immense. Marylanders served in Europe, North Africa, the Pacific, and other theaters, and many never returned. Families followed news of battles from radios and newspapers, purchased war bonds, participated in rationing, collected scrap materials, and adapted everyday life to wartime restrictions. When Germany surrendered in May 1945 and Japan surrendered after the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki and the Soviet entry into the war against Japan that August, Maryland emerged from the conflict fundamentally changed. The state had moved through 2 world wars and the worst economic depression in American history in barely 3 decades. Baltimore remained its industrial heart, and Bethlehem's steel and the port stood among the most visible symbols of its economic power. Fort Meade, Aberdeen Proving Ground, and other federal installations had established a permanent military presence. Women and African Americans had demonstrated their indispensable role in the industrial workforce, even while confronting entrenched discrimination. Immigration restrictions had altered the demographic forces that had shaped Baltimore in the 19th century, while migration within the United States was creating new communities. Most importantly, the federal government beside Maryland had grown enormously. Washington was no longer the relatively modest capital of the 19th century, but the headquarters of a global military and administrative power. Maryland's proximity to it would now transform entire counties. Highways, housing developments, laboratories, government offices, military installations, and suburbs would spread across the corridor between Baltimore and Washington. World War II had accelerated Maryland's transformation dramatically, but the changes unleashed by the war were only beginning. The factories and shipyards had helped defeat the Axis powers. The returning soldiers and expanding federal government would now help create a new Maryland, while African Americans who had fought and worked for democracy abroad increasingly demanded that Maryland finally deliver democracy and equality at home. Chapter 16. The Fight for Civil Rights. When the Second World War ended in 1945, Maryland could point to its shipyards, steel mills, military installations, universities, and booming industries as evidence of extraordinary modernization. But beneath this image of progress remained a racial order with deep roots in slavery and the post-Civil War era. And for Black Marylanders, the freedoms the United States claimed to have defended overseas remained incomplete at home. Maryland had never joined the Confederacy and therefore did not fit neatly into the history of the Deep South. Yet, segregation shaped much of public life. Black and white children attended separate schools, housing discrimination divided neighborhoods, many restaurants, theaters, hotels, swimming facilities, and other public accommodations excluded African Americans or treated them unequally. And employment opportunities remained sharply restricted. Baltimore contained one of the largest Black urban communities in the United States, strengthened by generations of free African American life and by the Great Migration of the 20th century. Black Baltimore developed churches, newspapers, businesses, professional organizations, entertainment districts, political institutions, and powerful neighborhood networks, with areas of West Baltimore becoming especially important centers of African American culture. Pennsylvania Avenue was famous for its theaters, clubs, restaurants, and nightlife, attracting performers who were nationally celebrated even while racial discrimination could prevent those same performers from staying at white hotels elsewhere in the city. The contradiction was unmistakable. African American culture was fundamental to Baltimore, but African Americans were denied equal access to much of Baltimore itself. Few people would do more to challenge the legal foundations of this system than a man born in the city in 1908, Thurgood Marshall. Raised in Baltimore, Marshall experienced segregation directly and attended the city's segregated colored high and training school, later known as Frederick Douglass High School. After graduating from Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, he wanted to study law at the University of Maryland School of Law, but the institution did not admit black students. Instead, Marshall attended Howard University School of Law in Washington, where he studied under the influential legal scholar Charles Hamilton Houston. Houston and his students developed a strategy that would transform the civil rights struggle. Use the court systematically to expose the contradictions and inequalities created by segregation. Rather than attacking every aspect of Jim Crow simultaneously, lawyers could challenge specific discriminatory practices, establish precedents, and gradually weaken the constitutional foundations of racial separation. Maryland became an important testing ground. In 1935, Marshall and Houston represented Donald Gaines Murray, a black Amherst College graduate who had been denied admission to the University of Maryland School of Law solely because of race. In Murray v. Pearson, Maryland courts ordered the university to admit him, rejecting the argument that the state could satisfy its obligations simply by offering to help black students attend law schools elsewhere. The victory was significant both legally and personally. Marshall had helped force the very law school that had excluded him to admit an African-American student. He subsequently became one of the leading attorneys of the NAACP and participated in a series of cases attacking segregation across the country. That legal campaign culminated in Brown v. Board of Education, decided by the United States Supreme Court on May 17, 1954. Marshall argued on behalf of the plaintiffs as part of the legal team challenging segregated public education. The court unanimously ruled that state-mandated racial segregation in public schools violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, declaring that separate educational facilities were inherently unequal. The decision destroyed the constitutional foundation of legally segregated public schools. But a Supreme Court ruling could not instantly erase generations of racial separation. Maryland's response varied significantly by region. Baltimore and some counties began formal desegregation relatively quickly compared with many jurisdictions in the Deep South, while resistance was stronger in parts of southern Maryland and the Eastern Shore. Even where legal barriers disappeared, residential segregation meant that many schools remained divided in practice because black and white families lived in different neighborhoods. Housing was therefore one of the central battlefields of Maryland's civil rights struggle. Baltimore had a long history of residential segregation. In 1910, it became one of the first major American cities to adopt an ordinance explicitly restricting where black and white residents could live, although such racial zoning was eventually invalidated by the Supreme Court. Segregation then continued through other mechanisms. Racially restrictive covenants, discriminatory real estate practices, intimidation, unequal access to mortgages, and federal housing policies that reinforced racial boundaries. The practice later known as redlining contributed to denying investment and mortgage credit to many black neighborhoods, while suburban developments frequently excluded African American families. As highways and federally supported mortgages helped white families move into growing suburbs after World War II, many black residents remained concentrated within Baltimore neighborhoods, suffering from overcrowding, inadequate investment, deteriorating housing, and limited economic opportunity. Urban renewal projects sometimes destroyed black neighborhoods in the name of modernization, while highways and institutional expansion displaced residents without providing equivalent opportunities elsewhere. Civil rights activists therefore understood that ending signs marked white and colored would not by itself create equality. During the 1950s and 1960s, Maryland became the scene of demonstrations against segregation in restaurants, amusement parks, department stores, housing, and other public spaces. Students and young activists organized sit-ins, pickets, boycotts, and freedom demonstrations inspired by campaigns elsewhere in the country but grounded in local conditions. In 1955, students from Morgan State College successfully challenged segregation at Red's drugstore lunch counters in Baltimore, after demonstrations pressured the company to change its policy. Other campaigns proved more difficult. Gwynn Oak Amusement Park outside Baltimore excluded African Americans, becoming a major target of demonstrations involving local activists and national civil rights organizations. Protesters were arrested during repeated demonstrations in 1963, but the pressure eventually succeeded and the park desegregated. On Maryland's eastern shore, the struggle could become especially confrontational. Cambridge, in Dorchester County, the same county where Harriet Tubman had been born enslaved more than a century earlier, became one of the most important civil rights battlegrounds in the state. Activist Gloria Richardson emerged as a powerful leader of the Cambridge movement, which challenged discrimination in employment, housing, schools, and public accommodations. Demonstrations and white resistance produced violent confrontations, and the Maryland National Guard was deployed. Richardson's activism also emphasized an important reality sometimes obscured in simplified accounts of the civil rights movement. Integration alone could not solve poverty, unemployment, inadequate housing, and economic inequality. Federal legislation increasingly responded to the national movement. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibited segregation in many public accommodations and outlawed important forms of employment discrimination. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 attacked racial barriers to voting, particularly in jurisdictions where disenfranchisement had been most systematic. Yet the dismantling of legal segregation exposed rather than eliminated deeper inequalities. Baltimore's black population continued facing discrimination in housing and employment, while industrial jobs that had provided generations of working-class families with relatively stable incomes were beginning to change or disappear. Police-community relations were tense, and poverty remained concentrated in neighborhoods shaped by decades of discriminatory policy. Maryland politics also shifted as racial issues became increasingly important to elections. In 1966, Baltimore County Executive Spiro T. Agnew ran for governor as a Republican and defeated Democratic candidate George P. Mahoney, whose campaign opposed open housing measures and appealed heavily to white resistance to integration. Agnew initially appeared relatively moderate on civil rights and benefited from support among some black voters who considered him preferable to Mahoney. Once in office, however, Agnew's political identity shifted. Tensions between his administration and civil rights leaders grew, and his increasingly forceful rhetoric about protests and urban disorder attracted national attention. Then, on April 4, 1968, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis, Tennessee. King's death produced grief, anger, and unrest in cities across the United States. Baltimore was among them. Demonstrations and gatherings began after news of the assassination, and on April 6th, serious disorder erupted. Stores were looted, buildings burned, and violence spread through sections of the city, particularly along commercial corridors in predominantly black neighborhoods. Governor Agnew called out thousands of Maryland National Guard troops, and federal troops were also deployed after President Lyndon Johnson authorized assistance. Soldiers carrying rifles patrolled Baltimore streets as smoke rose above neighborhoods. A curfew was imposed, alcohol and firearm sales were restricted, and large areas of the city effectively came under military control. By the time order was restored, 6 people had been killed, hundreds injured, thousands arrested, and hundreds of businesses damaged or destroyed. The Baltimore Uprising of 1968 became one of the defining events of the city's 20th century history. Its immediate trigger was King's assassination. But the conditions underlying the unrest had developed over decades. Segregated housing, poverty, discrimination, unemployment, deteriorating neighborhoods, unequal education, and deep mistrust between Black residents and authorities. Many businesses damaged during the uprising never reopened, contributing to commercial decline in already vulnerable neighborhoods. Insurance difficulties, population loss, disinvestment, and changing retail patterns compounded the damage. The political consequences were equally important. Agnew sharply criticized Black civil rights leaders after the uprising, accusing some of failing to condemn militant rhetoric strongly enough. His confrontational approach attracted attention among conservatives nationally. And only months later, Republican presidential candidate Richard Nixon selected Agnew as his vice presidential running mate. Nixon and Agnew won the 1968 election, carrying a message emphasizing law and order that appealed to many voters disturbed by riots, protests, crime, and the rapid social transformations of the decade. A Maryland governor had thus risen to the vice presidency partly through the politics created by the civil rights era and urban unrest. Yet 1968 also brought major new civil rights legislation. Congress passed the Fair Housing Act shortly after King's assassination, prohibiting important forms of racial discrimination in the sale and rental of housing. The law attacked one of the most persistent mechanisms of segregation, although enforcement and the accumulated effects of decades of discrimination remained major problems. By 1970, Maryland had changed enormously from the segregated state of 1945. Legal barriers had fallen across public education, accommodations, voting, employment, and housing. Black political participation had expanded, and civil rights organizations had demonstrated their ability to challenge institutions through litigation, protest, boycotts, and electoral politics. Thurgood Marshall's career embodied the scale of that transformation. The Baltimore child who had been unable to attend the University of Maryland's law school because he was Black went on to defeat segregation in courts across America, became a federal appellate judge, served as Solicitor General of the United States, and in 1967 became the first African-American justice of the United States Supreme Court. Yet the victory over legal segregation did not erase the economic and geographical structures segregation had created. Baltimore remained profoundly divided by race and wealth. Suburbanization drew residents and investment beyond the city limits. Industrial employment began a long decline, and neighborhoods that had been excluded from generations of investment faced challenges that civil rights laws alone could not quickly repair. Maryland's experience therefore captured both the achievement and the unfinished work of the national civil rights movement. It had produced one of the movement's greatest legal architects, witnessed successful challenges to segregation, and transformed its laws and institutions. But equality before the law did not automatically create equality in wealth, housing, education, or opportunity. As the 1970s approached, another transformation was already reshaping the state. Baltimore's industrial dominance was weakening while the suburbs surrounding Washington were expanding at extraordinary speed. shifting Maryland's population, economy, and political power toward a new metropolitan future. Chapter 17. From Industrial State to Washington Suburb. In the middle of the 20th century, Maryland still appeared to be a state whose economic identity revolved around Baltimore. The city contained the great port, the railroad networks, the factories, the shipyards, and the enormous steel complex at Sparrows Point. But during the decades after the Second World War, another Maryland was expanding with extraordinary speed along the highways surrounding Washington, D.C. And by the end of the century, this suburban and increasingly technology-driven region had shifted much of the state's population, wealth, and economic power toward the national capital. The transformation was inseparable from the automobile. Before World War II, streetcars, railroads, and compact urban neighborhoods had shaped much of metropolitan life. But mass automobile ownership and federal investment in highways allowed millions of Americans to live farther from the places where they worked. The Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956 accelerated construction of the interstate highway system, and Maryland became crossed by new expressways connecting Baltimore, Washington, the suburbs, and the wider nation. The Baltimore Beltway, Interstate 695, encircled much of Baltimore and made it easier for residents and businesses to locate beyond the traditional city. Farther south, the Capital Beltway, Interstate 495, surrounded Washington and passed through Montgomery and Prince George's counties in Maryland. These roads were celebrated as symbols of mobility and modernity, but their consequences were far larger than transportation alone. Highways opened enormous areas to suburban development, encouraged shopping centers and office parks, increased dependence on automobiles, and redirected investment away from older urban neighborhoods. They also displaced communities where roots were constructed and reinforced patterns of racial and economic separation already established through discriminatory housing practices. For many white middle-class families, federal mortgage policies, rising incomes, and highway access made suburban homeownership increasingly attainable after the war. African American families often encountered exclusion through discriminatory lending, restrictive real estate practices, and resistance from suburban communities, although these barriers weakened over time through civil rights activism, court decisions, legislation, and demographic change. Few places illustrate Maryland's post-war transformation better than Montgomery County. Located immediately north of Washington, Montgomery had once contained extensive farmland and relatively small communities. But the expansion of the federal government turned proximity to the capital into an extraordinary economic advantage. Bethesda, Silver Spring, Rockville, and surrounding areas grew rapidly as federal employees, scientists, professionals, contractors, and their families moved into new houses and apartment developments. Shopping centers, schools, hospitals, highways, and office complexes followed. Rockville became an increasingly important governmental and commercial center, while Bethesda developed into one of the most affluent and highly educated communities in the Washington metropolitan region. Federal institutions themselves helped drive the transformation. The National Institutes of Health developed its major campus in Bethesda and expanded dramatically during the post-war decades as federal investment in medical research increased. Laboratories filled with scientists investigating cancer, infectious diseases, genetics, and countless other areas of human health, helping turn the Washington suburbs of Maryland into an important center of biomedical research. Prince George's County experienced an equally dramatic but distinct transformation. Stretching from Washington eastward and southward, It absorbed enormous suburban growth as communities expanded around new highways and federal employment centers. One institution became particularly symbolic of the new technological economy. NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center was established in Greenbelt in 1959. The same year, the newly created National Aeronautics and Space Administration was beginning its role in the American space program. Goddard became a major center for satellites, earth science, astronomy, communications, and space research. During the space race, Maryland scientists and engineers participated in a technological competition whose significance extended far beyond the state. The federal presence was equally important between Washington and Baltimore. Fort Meade, already transformed by 2 world wars, became associated increasingly with intelligence and communications. In 1952, the National Security Agency was established, and its headquarters developed at Fort Meade. The NSA's enormous and highly secretive mission in signals intelligence and information security attracted specialized workers and supported a growing ecosystem of defense contractors and technology companies. Communities in Anne Arundel and Howard counties benefited from their position between Baltimore, Washington, Fort Meade, and major transportation corridors. Maryland's economic geography was being rewritten around a combination of federal agencies, research institutions, defense spending, professional services, and suburban development. One of the most ambitious attempts to shape that development deliberately appeared in Howard County. In the 1960s, developer James Rouse envisioned Columbia as an alternative to unplanned suburban sprawl. Rather than constructing an endless landscape of isolated subdivisions, Columbia was designed as a planned community composed of interconnected villages with housing, schools, shops, recreational facilities, parks, and employment opportunities. It officially opened in 1967. Rouse also intended Columbia to accommodate people of different incomes and racial backgrounds at a time when many American suburbs remained highly segregated. Although the community never eliminated social or economic divisions, it became one of the most famous planned communities in the United States and represented the confidence of an era that believed careful planning could create a new form of suburban life. As Columbia, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and other suburban areas expanded, Baltimore confronted the opposite trend. The city's population had reached its historic peak of nearly 950,000 residents in 1950. Thereafter, it began a long decline. Suburbanization drew many middle-class families beyond the city boundaries into Baltimore County and other surrounding jurisdictions. Because Baltimore is an independent city rather than part of Baltimore County, outward migration across the city line directly reduced the city's tax base, while leaving it responsible for extensive infrastructure and social services. Retail followed customers into suburban shopping centers. Businesses relocated. Highways made commuting from outside the city increasingly practical. Racial change interacted with these economic forces. As African Americans gained access to neighborhoods previously closed to them, some white residents responded by moving outward, a process commonly called white flight. Real estate practices sometimes deliberately encouraged racial fear and rapid turnover, while decades of redlining and discrimination had already produced enormous disparities in wealth and housing opportunity. Baltimore became increasingly majority black, even as its total population declined. More damaging still was the erosion of the industrial economy that had sustained generations of Baltimore workers. Manufacturing employment began declining as technological change, competition, corporate restructuring, movement of production to other regions or countries, and broader changes in the American economy reduced demand for industrial labor. The Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, once a symbol of the city's national importance, was absorbed through a series of corporate mergers and reorganizations. Manufacturing plants closed or reduced employment. Shipbuilding contracted from its wartime heights. The garment industry declined sharply as production moved elsewhere. Sparrows Point remained an enormous presence and continued producing steel. But employment fell substantially from its peak as modernization and restructuring reduced the workforce, and American steel faced increasing competition. A steel complex that had once represented near guaranteed employment for generations of working-class families became increasingly uncertain. These changes affected more than individual workers. Industrial wages had supported neighborhoods, stores, churches, restaurants, and family networks. When factories disappeared, entire communities lost economic anchors. Workers without college degrees found that many of the new jobs emerging in medicine, government, finance, research, and technology required very different qualifications from those demanded in a steel mill or shipyard. Baltimore therefore experienced the classic crisis of American deindustrialization. Employment was not simply disappearing. The kinds of employment available were changing. Yet the city was not economically collapsing in every sector. Johns Hopkins University and Johns Hopkins Hospital continued expanding, making education and medicine increasingly important parts of Baltimore's economy. The Inner Harbor became the centerpiece of an ambitious redevelopment strategy. Once dominated by aging industrial and port facilities, portions of the waterfront were transformed beginning in the 1960s and especially during the 1970s and 1980s into offices, hotels, attractions, shops, and public spaces. The Maryland Science Center opened there in 1976. Harbor Place followed in 1980. And the National Aquarium opened in 1981. The redevelopment attracted tourists and became internationally influential as a model of post-industrial waterfront renewal. But tourism and service sector employment could not fully replace the scale or wages of lost manufacturing jobs. And revitalized downtown areas existed beside neighborhoods experiencing persistent poverty and abandonment. Meanwhile, Maryland's population was becoming more diverse. Immigration law changed dramatically after the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965 abolished the national origin quota system that had restricted immigration since the 1920s. New immigrants increasingly arrived from Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, and the Middle East, reshaping communities, particularly in the Washington suburbs. Montgomery County became one of the state's most internationally diverse jurisdictions. Korean, Chinese, Indian, Vietnamese, Salvadoran, Ethiopian, and numerous other communities established businesses, religious institutions, restaurants, cultural organizations, and neighborhoods throughout the metropolitan region. Prince George's County experienced major demographic change as well. As barriers to suburban residents weakened, middle-class African-American families increasingly moved into the county. And by the late 20th and early 21st centuries, Prince George's would become nationally known for its large and influential black middle class. Immigration from Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America added further diversity. These changes made the old image of Maryland as a primarily black and white border state increasingly inadequate. The transformation also altered politics. Population growth in the Washington suburbs increased the influence of Montgomery and Prince George's counties within statewide elections, while Baltimore's declining population reduced the city's relative weight. The suburban counties tended to contain large numbers of federal employees, highly educated professionals, African American voters, immigrants, and workers in education, medicine, research, and technology. Western Maryland and the Eastern Shore remained more rural, while parts of Southern Maryland also began experiencing suburban growth as Washington expanded outward. The state was becoming increasingly metropolitan, but in distinctly different ways. By the 1990s, the contrast with the Maryland of 1950 was extraordinary. Baltimore remained the state's largest city and its cultural and historical center, and the Port of Baltimore continued to be economically important. But the state could no longer be understood primarily through Baltimore's factories and docks. A vast corridor of suburbs, government facilities, laboratories, military installations, universities, office parks, and technology companies now stretched between Baltimore and Washington. The Capital Beltway and Baltimore Beltway had helped reorganize settlement around automobiles. Montgomery County had become an affluent center of government, medicine, and research. Prince George's County had become a major suburban population center with a growing black middle class and increasingly diverse immigrant communities. Columbia represented the attempt to design an entirely new suburban city. NIH researchers in Bethesda, NASA scientists at Goddard, and intelligence specialists at the NSA represented occupations that barely existed in Maryland's 19th century industrial economy. At the same time, Baltimore's loss of population and manufacturing revealed the painful costs of the transition. The state had moved from tobacco to industry, and now increasingly from industry toward government, science, medicine, defense, technology, and services. Maryland's economic center of gravity was shifting toward the Washington metropolitan region, tying the state's prosperity ever more closely to the federal government beside it. But even as highways, suburbs, and laboratories transformed the landscape, one feature remained older than every city, railroad factory, and federal agency Maryland had built: the Chesapeake Bay. For centuries, it had fed communities, carried commerce, shaped settlement, and defined the state's geography. By the late 20th century, however, Marylanders were being forced to confront the possibility that the bay itself had been profoundly damaged by the very growth and prosperity that had transformed the state. Chapter 18: Saving the Chesapeake. Long before Maryland had a name, before Europeans crossed the Atlantic, before tobacco plantations, Baltimore shipyards, railroads, steel mills, highways, and Washington suburbs transformed the landscape. There was the Chesapeake Bay, and throughout Maryland's history, the bay had been far more than a body of water. It was a source of food, a transportation network, an economic engine, a cultural landscape, and the geographical feature around which much of the state's human history developed. Yet by the 20th century, Marylanders were increasingly forced to confront a disturbing reality. The Chesapeake system that had appeared almost inexhaustibly abundant to earlier generations could be damaged, depleted, and perhaps fundamentally changed by human activity. Few creatures symbolize that transformation more dramatically than the oyster. For thousands of years, oysters had flourished in the Chesapeake, forming extensive reefs that provided habitat for other species while filtering enormous quantities of water. Indigenous peoples harvested them long before European colonization, and archaeological shell deposits demonstrate their importance as a food source. During the 19th century, however, oysters became the foundation of a huge commercial industry. Baltimore developed into a major center for oyster packing and canning, while fleets of boats harvested the bay's reefs. Watermen used hand tongs in shallower waters and dredges in deeper areas, and competition became so intense that Maryland experienced the colorful but sometimes violent period remembered as the Oyster Wars, when state authorities attempted to enforce harvesting laws against illegal dredgers. At its height, the Chesapeake oyster industry produced quantities that seemed to confirm the old belief that the bay's resources were practically limitless. They were not. Overharvesting damaged reefs, while pollution, sedimentation, habitat destruction, and eventually devastating diseases such as MSX and dermo contributed to enormous declines in oyster populations during the 20th century. The loss had consequences beyond the seafood industry because oysters are ecosystem engineers. Reefs create habitat, and living oysters filter algae and particles from the water. Their decline, therefore, became both a symptom and a cause of broader ecological deterioration. Blue crabs became another defining symbol of the Chesapeake economy and Maryland identity. Steamed crabs, seasoned and spread across the newspaper-covered tables, became inseparable from popular images of Maryland culture. But behind that tradition stood a working economy involving crabbers, seafood processors, wholesalers, restaurants, and communities around the bay. Crab populations naturally fluctuate from year to year, making management difficult, and fishing pressure combined with changes in habitat and water quality created recurring concern over their long-term health. The survival of blue crabs depends partly upon underwater grasses and productive estuarine habitats that provide shelter for young crabs, meaning that pollution affecting vegetation can eventually affect the people whose livelihoods depend upon the fishery. The men and women working these waters became collectively associated with one of Maryland's most distinctive occupations, the Chesapeake waterman. From small communities on the eastern shore and in southern Maryland, generations of watermen learned to navigate shallow creeks, changing tides, storms, shoals, and seasonal movements of fish and shellfish. Their work changed with the calendar. A person might harvest crabs during warmer months and oysters during colder ones, while fishing and other maritime work filled different parts of the year. Knowledge was often transmitted through families. Boats, equipment, local terminology, seafood houses, and waterfront settlements formed a culture intimately connected to the ecology of the Chesapeake. Communities on islands and isolated peninsulas developed identities that could seem far removed from Baltimore or the expanding suburbs around Washington, even though all belonged to the same state. During the 20th century, however, watermen increasingly faced pressures they could not control. Declining catches, changing regulations, rising costs, waterfront development, and environmental deterioration threatened livelihoods that had survived for generations. The underlying problem was enormous because the Chesapeake Bay does not exist independently from the land around it. Its watershed covers roughly 64,000 square miles and extends across 6 states and the District of Columbia. Rivers and streams carry water from this vast region into the bay, and whatever enters those waterways can eventually affect the Chesapeake. As population and agriculture intensified throughout the watershed, enormous quantities of nutrients, especially nitrogen and phosphorus, entered the system. Some came from sewage and wastewater, some from fertilizers applied to lawns and farms, and some from animal manure. Nutrients themselves are essential to ecosystems, but excessive amounts can trigger explosive growth of algae. When algal blooms die, bacteria decomposing the organic material consume dissolved oxygen. The result can be areas of hypoxic or nearly anoxic water, commonly described as dead zones, where fish, crabs and other organisms struggle to survive. Sediment creates another problem. Soil washed from agricultural fields, construction sites, eroding stream banks, and developed landscapes can cloud the water, preventing sunlight from reaching underwater grasses. These submerged aquatic plants are vital habitat for fish and crabs and help stabilize sediments, so their disappearance can create additional ecological damage. Agriculture became a particularly complicated issue because farming is itself fundamental to Maryland's economy and heritage. The Eastern Shore developed a major poultry industry during the 20th century, while farms throughout the watershed produced corn, soybeans, dairy products, livestock, and other commodities. Fertilizer and manure could contribute nitrogen and phosphorus to waterways. But farmers also faced economic pressures that made environmental improvements difficult without financial or technical support. Restoration therefore required cooperation rather than simply identifying one industry as responsible. Urbanization created another source of pollution. As Baltimore's suburbs and the Washington metropolitan region expanded, forests and farmland were replaced by roads, parking lots, rooftops, shopping centers, and housing developments. Rain that once soaked into soil increasingly ran across impermeable surfaces, carrying oil, metals, chemicals, sediment, trash, and nutrients into storm drains and streams. Population growth also increased the amount of wastewater requiring treatment. Older sewage systems, failing septic systems, and treatment plants that lacked modern nutrient removal technology contributed further pollution. Industrial development added its own legacy. For generations, factories around Baltimore Harbor and other industrial areas discharged or released contaminants associated with steelmaking, manufacturing, shipping, chemicals, and heavy industry. Toxic substances accumulated in sediments and waterways, creating environmental problems that could persist long after individual factories closed. By the middle of the 20th century, evidence of the bay's declining health had become increasingly difficult to ignore. Scientists documented worsening water quality, disappearing underwater grasses, declining oyster reefs, and large areas of low oxygen. The environmental movement of the 1960s and 1970s created political momentum for action. At the federal level, the Clean Water Act of 1972 established a far stronger framework for regulating water pollution throughout the United States. Maryland strengthened environmental programs and invested in wastewater treatment and other infrastructure. But the Chesapeake presented an unusual challenge. No single state could save it because the watershed crossed so many political boundaries. Pollution entering a river hundreds of miles away could eventually reach Maryland waters. A regional approach was necessary. Scientific studies supported by the Environmental Protection Agency during the late 1970s and early 1980s documented the scale of the problem. And in 1983, Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, the District of Columbia, the federal government, and the Chesapeake Bay Commission signed the first Chesapeake Bay Agreement, establishing a cooperative restoration effort. Later agreements expanded participation and established increasingly specific goals for reducing pollution and restoring habitat. Billions of dollars were eventually invested in wastewater treatment upgrades, agricultural conservation, stormwater management, wetland restoration, stream protection, oyster restoration, and other measures. Farmers adopted practices such as cover crops, nutrient management plans, stream buffers, and improved manure management. Wastewater plants installed advanced technology capable of removing much larger quantities of nitrogen and phosphorus. communities attempted to reduce stormwater runoff, while conservation organizations restored wetlands and planted trees along streams. Oyster restoration became especially ambitious. Scientists and managers created and protected reefs, planted hatchery-produced juvenile oysters, and established sanctuaries where harvesting was restricted in an attempt to rebuild populations. Underwater grasses became an important indicator of water quality, and periods of substantial recovery demonstrated that environmental improvement was possible when conditions became favorable. Yet progress remained uneven. The enormous Chesapeake watershed contains millions of people. Intensive agriculture, major cities, highways, industries, and rapidly developing suburbs. Every new development potentially changes how water moves across the landscape. Restoration therefore became less like repairing a damaged machine and more like managing a constantly changing living system. The federal government strengthened this effort in 2010 when the Environmental Protection Agency established the Chesapeake Bay Total Maximum Daily Load, often described as a pollution diet, setting limits for nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediment entering the bay and requiring watershed jurisdictions to develop plans for meeting them. The program produced both cooperation and political conflict. Environmental advocates argued that strong limits were essential because decades of voluntary efforts had not restored the Chesapeake quickly enough. Farmers, developers, local governments, and other groups sometimes challenged costs, regulations, or the fairness of assigning responsibility. The struggle to save the bay therefore became political as well as scientific, reflecting competing ideas about economic growth, private property, agriculture, environmental responsibility, and the role of government. By the 21st century, another threat was becoming impossible to separate from Chesapeake restoration: climate change. The bay is particularly vulnerable to sea level rise because the water itself is rising, while parts of the Chesapeake region are also experiencing gradual land subsidence, meaning relative sea level rise can be greater than the global average. Warmer temperatures can influence oxygen levels, species distributions, storms, rainfall, and ecosystem processes. Heavier precipitation can wash larger quantities of nutrients and sediment from the watershed into rivers in the bay, potentially undermining pollution reduction efforts. Rising water threatens wetlands that protect shorelines and provide habitat, especially where roads, buildings, or hardened shorelines prevent marshes from naturally migrating inland. Few places make these changes more tangible than Maryland's low-lying eastern shore. Communities there have always lived with tides, storms, erosion, and changing shorelines. But rising seas increase the long-term danger. Islands that once supported larger populations have already lost land over generations. Holland Island, once home to a thriving community, was gradually abandoned as erosion consumed it, and its last famous remaining house collapsed into the Chesapeake in 2010. Smith Island, Maryland's only inhabited offshore island community without a bridge to the mainland, faces continuing concerns about erosion, flooding, and sea level rise. Other low-lying communities in Dorchester County and elsewhere confront saltwater intrusion that can damage forests and agricultural land, creating stands of dead trees known as ghost forests. Roads may flood more frequently, shorelines retreat, wells and drainage systems face new pressures, and families must decide whether expensive protective measures can preserve places inhabited for generations. The challenge is not merely environmental. When a community disappears, Maryland loses homes, businesses, churches, cemeteries, traditions, dialects, and accumulated knowledge of the Chesapeake. Saving the bay therefore increasingly means deciding what can be restored, what must be protected, and how communities can adapt to changes that may no longer be entirely preventable. Yet the history of Chesapeake restoration also offers reasons for cautious hope. Pollution controls have reduced many discharges that earlier generations accepted as normal. Wastewater treatment has improved dramatically. Underwater grasses have demonstrated an ability to recover when water quality improves. Oyster restoration projects have rebuilt reefs in selected tributaries. Wetlands, forests, and stream buffers can be protected and restored. Scientists now understand the bay at a level impossible a century ago, using satellites, monitoring stations, computer models, genetic research, and decades of ecological data. Watermen, farmers, scientists, environmental organizations, indigenous communities, businesses, local governments, Maryland officials, and federal agencies all participate in debates over the Chesapeake's future. Their interests do not always align, but they share a landscape whose fate cannot be separated from Maryland's own. In that sense, the story returns to where Maryland's history began. Thousands of years before the Ark and the Dove, indigenous communities settled beside these waters because the Chesapeake offered extraordinary abundance. The bay shaped where people lived, what they ate, how they traveled, and whom they traded with. European colonists later used its rivers to establish tobacco plantations and ship crops across the Atlantic. Enslaved Africans labored along its shores. British warships sailed into it during the Revolution and the War of 1812. Baltimore grew because the Chesapeake connected its harbor to the ocean. Oysters and crabs supported generations of workers. Steel mills and shipyards rose beside its tributaries. Highways and suburbs eventually spread across its watershed. Every major period of Maryland history changed the Chesapeake, and the Chesapeake in turn shaped every major period of Maryland history. The question facing the state today is therefore not whether Maryland can preserve some untouched version of a bay that existed before human influence. People have lived within and altered this environment for thousands of years. The question is whether a modern society of millions of people can maintain a living Chesapeake while continuing to farm, build, travel, work, and prosper around it. Maryland's history began with the waters of the Chesapeake long before Maryland itself existed. Its future, just as surely, will depend upon what happens to those waters next. Epilogue: Maryland today, a state between worlds. Maryland. Today is a relatively small state, but few places contain so many different versions of America within such a compact landscape. In Baltimore, old warehouses, railroad infrastructure, row houses, the harbor, and the remains of once mighty industrial districts preserve the legacy of the city that built ships, processed goods, moved freight, and produced steel for a growing nation, even as universities, hospitals, biotechnology, logistics, and service industries increasingly define its modern economy. To the south and west, the landscape changes rapidly into the prosperous communities of the Washington metropolitan region, where Montgomery and Prince George's counties have grown around the federal capital, and where scientists, doctors, engineers, intelligence specialists, civil servants, and researchers work at institutions such as the National Institutes of Health, NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, and the National Security Agency. Fort Meade and Aberdeen Proving Ground continue a military presence that expanded dramatically during the World Wars. Beyond the metropolitan corridor lies another Maryland. Western Maryland rises into the Appalachian Mountains, with communities shaped by agriculture, railroads, coal mining, industry, and the historic routes that once carried settlers toward the American West. Across the Chesapeake, the eastern shore retains landscapes of farmland, wetlands, small towns, and fishing communities, where watermen still harvest blue crabs and oysters from waters their predecessors worked for generations. Elsewhere stand some of the oldest surviving colonial landscapes in the United States. Reminders of the 17th century colony established by the Calvert family and of the indigenous societies that existed for thousands of years before Maryland had a European name. Modern Maryland is also increasingly diverse. African American communities, whose roots stretch from slavery and the antebellum free black population through the Great Migration and Civil Rights Movement, exist alongside immigrant communities from Latin America, Asia, Africa, Europe, the Caribbean, and the Middle East. All of these Marylands coexist within a state that can be crossed by car in only a few hours, and perhaps that is the central lesson of its history. Maryland has rarely been important simply because of events contained neatly within its borders. Its importance has come from its position between worlds. It was a meeting ground between native peoples and European colonists, and then a colony created partly as a refuge for Catholics that became the scene of bitter conflict between Catholics and Protestants. It developed into a society where enslaved and free black people lived side by side, separated from free Pennsylvania by a boundary that became one of America's most powerful symbols. It stood between North and South when the country fractured over slavery, remaining in the Union while thousands of Marylanders sympathized with or fought for the Confederacy. Antietam brought the national struggle onto Maryland soil and helped create the political moment for emancipation. Baltimore embodied industrial America, while the eastern shore and western counties preserved powerful agricultural and rural traditions. In the 20th century, the decline of Baltimore's industrial dominance occurred alongside the extraordinary rise of the Washington suburbs and the federal institutions surrounding the nation's capital. Again and again, the tensions that shaped the United States passed directly through Maryland. Catholic and Protestant, Native and European, enslaved and free, black and white, North and South, Union and Confederate, industrial and agricultural, rural and urban, Baltimore and Washington. Even the Chesapeake Bay, the geographical heart of Maryland from the beginning of this story, reflects a national struggle between economic development and environmental preservation. Maryland has never fit comfortably into a single American category. And that is precisely what makes its history so revealing. To follow Maryland from the first peoples of the Chesapeake through colonization, revolution, slavery, civil war, industrialization, segregation, civil rights, suburbanization, and the modern federal economy, is to follow many of the central forces that created the United States itself. Maryland may occupy only a narrow piece of the American map, but for centuries it has stood at the crossroads of the nation's greatest conflicts and transformations. In understanding Maryland, we therefore understand something larger than the history of one state. We see, concentrated along the shores of the Chesapeake and between the cities of Baltimore and Washington, the complicated, unfinished, and extraordinary history of America.